They're easy. It's ready to go.
We'll just order 50 of them and see how it goes.
Perfect.
Just to get something out there.
Yeah. 100%.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Christy, could you please try unmuting and saying something so we know our sound is working with Zoom?
Hi, testing.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Council meeting for May 19th, 2026, our afternoon session. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 4:02, and we'll pass it to Clementine for roll call and to share announcements with the public.
Councilmember Barber. Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Rash. Here. Councilmember Smith.
Here.
And Mayor Williamson.
Here.
And public comment and participation information is provided on this meeting's agenda, which is online at monterey.gov/agendas. In-person attendees, please keep your electronic devices and phones muted to prevent audio interference with our meeting. Consistent with the First Amendment and the Brown Act, individuals have the right to speak at public meetings, which includes the right to criticize or support city policies or actions. The city encourages your uninhibited and robust feedback on public issues affecting the city, and we thank you for participating.
Awesome. Thank you, Clementine. With that, we'll go right into our agenda. First on the list is presentations. Item number 1 is to recognize National Public Works Week 2026. This is always a fun one. So with that, I will pass it to City Manager Dante for staff introduction.
Thank you, Mayor. This is always one that's good for me too. It's celebration of our Public Works Week. And it's important because our public works staff, they maintain our critical infrastructure, and they almost do work invisibly, and you don't notice until something goes wrong. So we have a number of men and women in our city that are working on your behalf. I'm going to turn it over to Director Rennie to provide the presentation tonight.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, residents, and Public Works team. If you're in Public Works, raise your hand. All right. So I think City Manager Dante did a great job in describing what we do, but I think that this year's theme, which is rooted in service, powered by community, it couldn't describe our Public Works team more perfectly. What I see every day is a team that cares, people who show up before the sun rises, we solve problems, and we take so much pride in our work. Work that most may not even notice because they flushed the toilet and it went down, not up. They didn't hit the pothole because it was repaired. So this is what dedication looks like. What you do matters, and you make a difference in this community. I am grateful every day to be part of this exceptional team. And to the council, I want to thank you for the trust you place in us, and please know that we will never stop earning it. And with that, I would like to introduce our team that is going to do a short presentation. So we have Miles Etchnick from General Services. We have Courtney Gaskins also from General Services, Isabella Munguia from Parking, and Tony Hernandez from Engineering. And I'll pass it on to them for a presentation.
I was expecting a flash mob based off of last year's presentation. Next time.
Good afternoon, Mayor Williamson and council members. My name is Miles Etchnick, Management Analyst 2 for the General Services Division. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of our department as we recognize National Public Works Week in 2026. I think we're on the next slide already. So this year's theme is rooted in service and powered by community. This acknowledges that the roots of service run deep in public works. It's been what's propelled public works innovations that have helped our community evolve into places where people can lead lives of purpose and possibility. Some work is highly visible, while other public works contributions are sometimes hidden from view. Together, these efforts form the foundation of thriving communities, reminding us that every project, seen or unseen, powers the connection between service and the people it supports. Next slide, please. Thank you. The Public Works Department is the largest department in the city, comprised of 7 divisions with over 160 full-time equivalent employees and a combined budget of $94 million. The Public Works Administration is responsible for the budget development and monitors our operating budgets, as well as administrative support services, including human resources, purchasing, internal controls, strategic planning, and organizational efficiency. I'll hand it over to my colleague, Courtney.
Next slide, please. All right, good afternoon. My name is Courtney Gaskins, Administrative Services Technician for the General Service Division. The Engineering Division plans, designs, constructs, and maintains the city's infrastructure. Engineers and product managers manage the city's transportation system to promote the safe movement of traffic, coordinate the city's environmental and regulatory activities, and review development proposals and encroachment applications. The General Services Division provides building maintenance and custodial services for all city facilities through cost-effective repair, renovation, and routine maintenance. We also provide these same services to military partners. Monterey is proud to celebrate over 25 years of partnership with its military partners. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Hernandez, Senior Project Manager for the Engineering Department. The Streets Division maintains 101 centerline miles of roadway, 104 miles of sanitary sewer, 43 miles of storm drain culverts, over 5,000 regulatory signs, and 56 signalized intersections. Streets crews are on standby 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to respond to sanitary sewer overflows, storm, and to support public safety. The Fleet and Mechanical Division is a fully functional modern vehicle and equipment repair facility with certified technicians and up-to-date equipment. The division is responsible for ensuring compliance with California Air Resource Board regulations, Department of Motor Vehicles, and California Highway Patrol requirements. Next slide.
Hi, my name is Isabella Munguia. I am a parking service representative with the parking division. So parking operates 31 parking facilities that have approximately 3,500 off-street parking spaces. And additionally, there are over 3,000 parking spaces that are off-street in the downtown, Cannery Row, and Lighthouse areas of the city. The parking division works with businesses, residents, institutions, and visitors alike to meet parking needs. The Harbor Division provides a plethora of recreational and commercial opportunities for residents and visitors in our scenic Monterey. And they also continue to improve their services and infrastructure to allow for greater access in the area for both fishing and leisure purposes.
All right, give it up for our Public Works team. You know, I'll just say this for I appreciate Andrea having multiple team members come up and speak. Some of you for the first time. It's nice to put a face to the work that's being done throughout the city. I just appreciate your celebration of your team, and really to all of our city employees, just tremendous gratitude on behalf of the council and the citizens of Monterey. I know that you all get up every day and you're expected to have a smile on your face as you're dealing with customers, but I'm sure we're all going through stuff in our personal lives and you have to carry that with you, but like not show that. And then dealing with maybe people that aren't always happy, and maybe folks like us that are changing policies and having to deal with all that, but yet you all are here and serving the community. So I just have tremendous gratitude for the work that you all do. And Public Works, you guys are awesome people. I was gonna curse, but I'll keep it PG for now. But you guys are awesome. So thank you for what you do, and let's give it up for the team one more time. All right, council, any comments, please?
Yeah, quick question. How many of the Public Works employees that are here today have less than 2 years with the city of Monterey? Okay. How many have less than 10 years? How many have more than 15 years? How many have more than 20 years? Okay. So that's a signal that this is a vibrant group of people because it's fresh, it's tenured, it's senior, it's experienced, and this is your place. This is your home away from home. Thank you very much for your time and your energy. Those phone calls in the middle of the night about something that's broke, it's not working, somebody crashed into something. and you are the fixers of Monterey. And as the mayor has said, that, and I think your boss, Andrea, also said, a lot of times people don't realize what you're doing and what time of the hour you're doing it. So we appreciate all of your work, and it's evidenced by the variety of the number of years of employment here, that this is a strong family, and thank you for your service. We really do appreciate it.
Right. Anybody else?
I'll say
Please.
something. I just wanted to highlight the just the various, I guess, sectors within the department. I think it's really impressive. Also, engineering, parking, street, harbor. So it's really impressive that the whole department deals with a variety of things. And also, as I've understood through communication in the past, that there's a lot of cross collaboration between departments, other departments and public works. So I just wanted to highlight that and also say thank you for all the work that you all do.
Awesome. Anybody else?
Thank you for keeping our safety preeminent, and that's really appreciated. We don't want to have to go through what happened in Manhattan this morning. So keep those manhole covers there and on, and thank you for caring for all the residents.
Yeah.
Just echoing my colleagues, just a big thank you for all that you do, seen and unseen. So thank you again.
Alrighty, and we'll have you come up here in a second so we can do a group shot. But first, let's do public comment, because I think it's important before you all sneak out of here that you hear from the public that wants to also share some comments with you all. So how public comment period works is that we identify all the folks that want to speak during public comment at the beginning of the public comment period. Once those folks are identified, we then close it off, and then only those folks will be able to speak. So you have to identify yourself at the beginning of the public comment period. I'm going to start with folks on Zoom. If you navigate your way to the raise hand function, while you're working your way there, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item, specifically the presentation for Public Works Appreciation Week? We have one speaker. Anybody else? So we'll go ahead and cut off to the one speaker. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's nobody on Zoom. We'll go ahead and take the speaker in person.
Well, as a retired Public Works official, I'd have to say thank you very much to the Public Works crew for all you do. I've been there, I've done that, been woken up at 2 o'clock in the morning and had to go out in the rain. So I for one, really appreciate everything you do, and I'm sure the citizens of Monterey do too. So thanks very much.
Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and let's have everybody come up. Let's do the group shot. Can you please be careful?
1, 2, 3. One more. Perfect.
All right, with that, we're going to slide right into the next one. Item 2 on the agenda is receive presentation from Montage Health. And with that, I'll pass it to Dante for staff introduction.
Thank you, Mayor. Montage Health, President and CEO Mike McDermott will provide the City Council with an update on the current and future of Montage Health initiatives. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mike.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Williamson and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to spend a few minutes with you today. Just a few months ago, I celebrated my 1-year anniversary with Montage Health and as a resident of the Monterey Peninsula, and I've spent much of that year listening to caregivers, to patients, and to the community. During that time, I've also seen firsthand how invaluable our relationship is with the city of Monterey. And I'm here today, first and foremost, to say thank you to each of you and to your city teams for the decades of collaboration and partnership in support of our community. To highlight just a few recent examples, I want to thank the city for your collaboration as we launched our Bloom Energy project, helping to bring cleaner and more sustainable energy to Community Hospital, and for your support as we opened our newest primary and specialty care offices in new Building E at the Ryan Ranch just last month. So this evening, I'd like to share a brief update on your local healthcare system and reinforce that Montage Health is committed to being a community partner, not just a healthcare provider. Let me see, will this work? All right, next slide, yeah. So let's see. So moving backwards to go forwards a bit, I thought it might be helpful to give you a brief background on me and what brought me here to Montage Health. Before coming here, I led a nonprofit community-based health system in Fredericksburg, Virginia called Mary Washington Healthcare. Like Montage Health, it was independent, locally governed, and deeply rooted in its region for more than a century. And that matters to me because being a community-based healthcare nonprofit means that our decisions are made here locally. It means our resources are reinvested here in our community, and it means that we're accountable first and foremost to the people that we serve. And that model is something that I deeply believe in, and it's one of the reasons I chose to come here to the Monterey Peninsula and to Montage Health. Next slide. And today I want to focus on three issues that I know matter to all of us. One is access to care. Number two, ensuring that this remains a thriving place for people to live and work. And thirdly, working together for the benefit of our community. Next slide. First, access. Access to care, it's one of the most important issues facing our community. It's one of the things I've heard most in my year of listening to the community, and it's a priority for us at Montage Health. Today, we operate at more than 20 locations across the Monterey Peninsula. That includes Community Hospital, of course, but just as importantly, it also includes primary, specialty, and urgent care offices, including those right here in Monterey, which are helping people stay well, and so they hopefully won't need hospital care in the first place. Our Montage Medical Group now includes more than 110 physicians and advanced practice providers across offices in Marina, Carmel, and Monterey. Last year alone, they provided more than 230 ambulatory patient visits. Our MOGO urgent care centers in Marina, Carmel, and Monterey saw nearly 50,000 visits in 2025, giving residents timely care for minor injuries and illnesses, often at significantly lower cost than an emergency department visit. And most recently, when two local orthopedic practices in our community, Monterey Spine and Joint in Monterey and Peninsula Sport Physical Therapy in Carmel, when they were at risk of closing, we stepped in. By creating Montage Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, we helped ensure that more than 120,000 patient visits each year could continue without disruption. And more importantly, staff at both locations were offered the opportunity to stay in their roles, supporting continuity of patient care and stability of our local healthcare workforce. We know that access to care remains a real challenge here and across the country. There's more work to do ahead, and we are committed to doing that work for the people who live and work in this community. Next slide. I'm not sure that, okay. I also want to briefly highlight a new advancement in care that we are bringing. I think it's one more slide. That one, an advancement in care we're bringing to Monterey County for the first time, and that's our new thrombectomy program for stroke care. When somebody is having a severe stroke, minutes matter, and historically, patients have often needed to be transferred out of our community to receive that level of care, wasting precious time. Through a partnership with the University of California, San Francisco, Montage Health is now able to provide this life-saving treatment here locally at Community Hospital, so patients can get the right care at the right time closer to home. We are the first and the only hospital in Monterey County to offer this level of care. This is not something that you typically see in a smaller community, and we're proud to be able to bring this to our local community here. This here is a picture of our biplane hybrid operating room where these thrombectomy procedures are performed. Many of these programs, including this program, are enabled by the philanthropic generosity of members of our community. Next slide. The second issue that I'd like to talk about is workforce and economic vitality. As one of the largest employers on the Monterey Peninsula, we understand the realities of recruiting and retaining professionals in our high cost of living region. That's why we're focused on building talent from within our own community. And so through our Grow Our Own programs, we provide high school and college students with pathways into healthcare careers. In 2025 alone, we provided more than $1 million in scholarships to local students. We're also partnering with MPC and CSUMB to strengthen the local nursing pipeline, including our recent $15 million investment to establish the Montage Health Helen Bazuki School of Nursing at CSUMB and expand the number of nurses with bachelor's degrees entering the workforce. In addition, we launched a clinical careers program that allows select Montage Health employees to return to school full-time while continuing to receive their full pay and benefits to train for critical, hard-to-fill clinical roles that we need right here in our healthcare system. So these efforts are not only about meeting our healthcare needs, they're about creating stable career opportunities, strengthening our local workforce, and supporting the long-term health and resilience of our community. Next slide. Lastly, I'd like to highlight our work out in the community, much of which we do in partnership with local organizations. Every 3 years, we conduct a community health needs assessment to hear directly from our residents about their most pressing issues and health challenges. And consistently, a few issues rise to the top, including diabetes, nutrition, and mental health, including substance use prevention. In response, we intentionally focus our community investments in these areas. And here in Monterey, that means partnering with local schools, nonprofits, and public agencies to bring free, accessible programming directly to residents. Just last week, for example, our Ohana Center for Youth Mental Health, together with MPUSD and the Drug Free Communities Coalition, hosted a youth substance use symposium at our Ohana campus here in Monterey. The event brought together students, educators, community leaders, and public health experts to focus on prevention and early intervention for Monterey County youth. All of this work, it is grounded in what our community has told us that they need and in our shared commitment to working collaboratively to support health and well-being of Monterey residents. Next slide. And I'll close with this. Montage Health is here for the long term. We are locally governed, we are nonprofit, and we are deeply invested in the well-being of this community. And if there are more opportunities for us to collaborate, whether that's around access to care, workforce development, senior services, emergency response and preparedness, or any emerging needs that you see, I want you to know that my door is open. Thank you again for your ongoing partnership and support, and we look forward to further collaboration to improve the health of Monterey residents. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions anybody might have. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Mike. You know, I think you and the Montage team are in a tough position because you function in a lot of ways like a business, but you are a nonprofit, and so you have to. There's a lot of balancing that goes on there, and we've had some conversations, and I appreciate you keeping a relationship going with the city of Monterey. And I have full faith that through your leadership, we'll be able to continue to foster that relationship. Just to highlight a few things that I appreciate about the work and the relationship with our police department. Montage participates in the MDOT team, the multidisciplinary outreach team, as one of the elements associated with helping to protect our most vulnerable residents in the homeless population. Also, the collaboration and support of organizations like Monterey Peninsula Pride that host events here in town to help bring awareness and services to the LGBTQ community. and again, our ongoing discussions. So I just wanted to give some gratitude and appreciate you coming to provide an update in regards to what's going on and a lot more to come, obviously. So thank you, Mike, for your partnership and congratulations on your 1-year anniversary.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else on the council? Please.
So you did tell us where you came from, Doctor, and it was Mary Washington Healthcare, but I missed the state.
Is in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
So your accent's doing real well after 1 year. So you almost sound like a local now.
Okay, good. I'll take that as a compliment. Yeah.
So welcome. And so, CHOMP has a long history. Many of the residents you're going to run into are going to tell you, well, their children were born there.
Yeah.
And that's the case with both of my children and one of my grandchildren. And so it's always been a place that we know, number one, it's going to be great care. It has a different feel. It doesn't almost feel like a hospital at times. And so it is a place that people look forward to going because the food is great, but they always look forward to getting great care and they know they're going to get it there. So I just want to say thank you, welcome aboard. Anything we can ever do to collaborate with you and help you out, you were indeed going to be a partner, and you're not very far away from, just getting the help you need.
You wouldn't believe the number of times I've heard in my first year people say to me, I was born at CHOMP. And I take that statement as a statement of pride, right? They're proud of that hospital. They're proud of the hospital that's been here serving this community for almost 100 years. And there is certainly a very deep connection between this community and the health system. And then the members of our health system team that show up to work every day caring for the community, that connection back to the community. And so I feel really lucky to be a part of the team here.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I was going to say, I'm old enough to say that I was born here, but before that was built, it was under construction, but I was born at the old Carmel Hospital down the hill.
That's amazing.
But you have a fabulous campus facility and spread across Monterey. So thank you very much for everything that you've done for the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Please.
No. So I so appreciate the work that you do. It's a hard time. And folks don't really understand that when the Medi-Cal reimbursements are slashed and the requirements for applying twice a year instead of once a year mean that people drop off. It doesn't mean that they don't get care. It means that the hospitals provide it for free.
Yeah.
And so what you have to absorb is intense, and I realize your commitment remains with providing the care, and I thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean, we do have headwinds coming our way with what you described, and it's going to take all of us coming together to help solve some of those issues. I will say, and we will care for every member of this community, regardless of their ability to pay. We're proud to do that. It's when, Mayor Williamson, you mentioned being a nonprofit hospital, but still being a business. And this is one of the things that really resonates with me. And that's a difference between not-for-profit healthcare systems and for-profit healthcare systems, is that we are a business and we need to be successful so that we can make future investments for improved care here in our community. But everything that we are, that hospital on the hill, all of our assets, they're not owned by any shareholders or by any person. They're actually owned by this community, right? And they're overseen by a board of trustees that looks at those assets and says, how can we use them to improve the health of the people here in Monterey, right? I love that mission. I would only be part of a mission of a health system that had that mission. And we do want to be strong as a healthcare system, but everything we do is to benefit healthcare here in Monterey. And we're going to have to all work together in the coming years to help solve some of these headwinds that we have coming our way.
Dr. Barber.
Thank you for your report. I can just applaud you for the community aspect. I'd like to hear what you're talking about as far as your connection and your partnering with the community, even with MPC and CSUMB. I have that education background and the business background, so that's important for me to hear. And then and being aware of the access to care, being very important and vital for our community, especially at this time. And so I think to hear that is something that is a message that you want to make very clear. I think that's important. And to knowing that you're talking about partnering and being locally governed, I think that's important to hear. I also, I know where Fredericksburg, Virginia is. My mom's from Richmond, Virginia.
Okay,
so.
yeah.
Welcome again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just reinforces that we're focused on a lot of the right things. Thank you.
My family has used also various facilities in the area. My daughter, she's an athlete, so we visited Mogo, a few Mogos, several times. Great service and really appreciate all the work that you do. Something that I also wanted to highlight, kind of along the lines of what Councilmember Rash just shared. What I hear from some residents is that even if they have coverage, and I acknowledge that this is not a Monterey challenge, but statewide, nationally as well, the affordability piece, right? Even with coverage, there are services that are just a little bit out of reach for some of our residents. So I hear of folks going outside of the peninsula to seek those services for that same reason. So anything that Montage can do to continue that advocacy, right, to bring costs down for our residents, and also to share information of what resources are available to our residents, I think is something that I personally would appreciate as well. But aside from that, thank you for the work you do.
Yeah, we hear you, and we are focused on affordability as a health system. Like you said, it's probably not a unique challenge, but there are some specifics here in Monterey that we need to address, and we're focused on working on that. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the presentation. We'll now open it up for public comments. So if you want to stick around for a few minutes to see if there's anybody that wants to add some flavor to the conversation, we'll open it up for folks on Zoom. You can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I will check in the chamber. Anybody that wishes to speak on this item, just ask that you stand to the left of the podium. I'm not seeing any takers in the chamber, so we'll go ahead and cut it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 3 on Zoom. We're going to go ahead and leave it to 2 minutes. We'll go to our Zoom callers.
Our first speaker is Esther.
Good afternoon, everybody. I wanted to echo the comments that Councilmember Garcia made about the affordability issue. I've been here over 25 years as a resident, and I've had to use CHOMP a couple of times, and I've been very lucky to have had really good insurance through my employer. But I'm going to give away my age and say I am about to go on Medicare, and I'm extremely concerned about the Medicare cuts and how that's going to affect so many of the residents of this city, particularly seniors. We know that we have a very growing senior population here, and Medicare is going to be vital for us to make sure that we can maintain support for that. And now I'm going to speak as the president of the Laguna Grande Neighborhood Association and ask Montage to partner with us on creating a senior workout area at the Laguna Grande Park through your foundation. This is the low income side of the city, and a lot of seniors cannot afford to go to the sports center. And with the growing senior population that we do have, it's important for us to be able to try and do whatever we can to maintain senior health. So hopefully in the near future, we can partner on making that project happen, because we have the space and we have the need, and hopefully you guys will have the funds that we don't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Lori.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So thank you for the presentation, and nice to meet you virtually. And I appreciate the healthcare services that Montage provides, just as all the others have spoken about tonight. I echo that. Very important to the community. And I also recognize that Monterey has other major nonprofit institutions like the Monterey Bay Aquarium, so not alone when I'm going to make the comments I'm about to make, that operate with substantial tax advantages in the city as well. So tonight's presentation to me also highlights sort of an uncomfortable reality. The city continues telling residents we have to, accept higher taxes, higher fees, stormwater charges, sales tax increases, and even transfers from voter-protected NCIP funds because Monterey faces this structural budget deficit and, the same into future years. Meanwhile, the city's own report describes Montage as the largest nonprofit tax-exempt landowner in Monterey. So I think residents are justified in kind of asking, what does this partnership really mean? And Montage, I know just announced a $15 million contribution to CSUMB for nursing. That's awesome. I told a friend of mine's daughter who was trying to get in a nursing program. That's very generous and commendable. And I'm just wondering if Montage can contribute $50 million externally. Has the city ever explored voluntary contributions, infrastructure partnerships, or public safety cost sharing to help relieve some of the burden on Monterey taxpayers? And maybe some of these talks are going on behind the scenes, but I'm just asking really because I don't know the answer if that can be done or if it's being explored. But especially the city's report itself acknowledges the extensive coordination and support provided by Monterey PD and fire services. Anyway, thank you very much. And again, appreciate your contribution to the community.
Thank you.
And the last speaker is a telephone caller with the last 3 digits 902. You can unmute and then start speaking.
Good evening. This is Nina Beatty. Many people in this community aren't happy with Montage or Community Hospital, and it's urgent that you listen to them and the council listens to them. My family found understaffing at the hospital recently, including no one responding when a monitor alarm went off because no one was at the nursing desk. The alarm was for low oxygen levels because staff forgot to reconnect the patient's oxygen tube. This is dangerous. What's worse, the administration installed microwave cellular antennas on the hospital, creating an unsafe environment despite decades of international research and warnings from medical doctors and scientists on the toxicity of this radiation, especially to children and babies. These antennas radiate into the rooms of ill people, the central court, and impact the birthing center. Montage also installed public industrial-grade microwave Wi-Fi, despite this being completely unnecessary. This radiation is a carcinogen. It damages DNA, the brain, the immune system, the blood, the heart, the cells in our bodies. It dysregulates, sickens, and it kills. It's linked to stroke, heart attacks, seizures, electromagnetic sensitivity, and other life-threatening conditions. And how many have had health complications because of this radiation exposure, including stroke at the hospital? 5G seems especially toxic. The Army said in 1989 that microwave in the range of 1 to 5 gigahertz penetrates all organ systems of the body and thus puts every organ system at risk. Newborns and babies are especially vulnerable to injury and death from this radiation, but also children, pregnant women, and the seriously ill. The antennas harm staff, the nursing home next door, and the homes around the hospital, including mine. This violates the Hippocratic Oath. Your hospital is unsafe, and I don't have access to community hospital anymore because I'm disabled by electromagnetic sensitivity, like a growing number of the community. Montage Health also required employees to have COVID vaccines, despite the evidence of high numbers of health problems and deaths from the vaccines. International physicians and researchers warning about the components and side effects, safe and inexpensive treatments that were working and saving lives, and the high...
Sorry, your time is up. Thank you.
All right. Thank you to our public speakers. And Mike, thanks again for coming to present. Did you have any closing remarks before
thank you very much.
All right,
Appreciate your
awesome.
time.
Thank you again for presenting today. All right, and with that, we're going to go ahead and move to general public comments. This is for an opportunity for the public to speak on non-agendized items. So if it's on tonight's agenda, this is not the time to speak. This is general public comment for non-agendized items. I'm going to go ahead and start with folks on Zoom. If you can work your way to the raise hand function. As you're navigating your way there, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak for a general public comment, just ask that you stand up to the left of the podium. I see 3. I see 3 speakers. Anybody else in the chamber? All right, we'll cut off to the 3 in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's nobody on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Good evening or afternoon, as the case may be. Dan Turner, Monterey Fisherman's Flats, and welcome to, I believe it's chapter 6 of the Sidewalk Saga, the story of one man's efforts to get the sidewalk 2 doors up from him fixed. I left for the sports center at 8:30 yesterday morning, and when I got home at about 3, Mr. Hall, I was speaking to Bill Rothschild. He's the director of the sports center last week, and I told him that I had met you, and he said he hadn't met you. I really encourage you, if you haven't been over there, give Bill a call, go over and meet him, nice fellow, and see the sports center. It really should be called a sports palace. Maybe you guys could change the name to the Monterey Sports Palace. But anyway, back to my story. I get home at 3 o'clock yesterday, and my wife says, "You should have heard the noise out there this morning." And I said, "Well, what was it?" She said, "I went outside, and they were grinding on the sidewalk 2 doors up." So, I must admit that at times, I almost lost faith that it would happen, but there it is. It's nice and smooth. If anyone falls there, it's their own damn fault. And I really appreciate, and this being Public Works Week or month or year or whatever it is, even though it's a private contractor who does it, still, it wouldn't have happened without Billy and the rest of the people up there. So thank you very much. And I'll miss you guys, but at least you won't have to look at my ugly mug anymore.
I was literally going to ask you, is there going to be a 7th series? So thank you for your public comments.
And to our broadcast team, we have something coming up on our document camera. If you could make sure to show that, please.
That's good. I suppose you might recognize the. I suppose you might recognize that's the configuration of the trolley. And I have a concern about the trolley, and the stakeholders are just the city and the aquarium. I realize if you look at it, you'll see that it doesn't go anywhere near the historic area, either at the end of Alvarado Street, far end at the convention center, the whaling station, and I've looked at it to see if it might be adjusted so that it took in more of Monterey. And so this route actually, the existing one is blue. I don't know if you can see the yellow very well, but that is the idea of not the yellow dots so much, but running either with the existing route or independent of it, going down Pacific Street, for instance. And then coming down and crossing, passing through on much of the city route, coming down to Washington and going into the large parking lot, running along towards the whaling station and coming out in an area on Scott Street, which is now closed. But if there were a bus going through there, people would just have a sudden aha about how wonderful, how much history there is there. And it is still accessible to Fisherman's Wharf. The blue line just right there, you can see it's rather convoluted. It takes a lot of going. And this route that I'm proposing is actually a little bit shorter than the blue route. And it would run on the same schedule, the same timing.
so that it seems that it would be, probably the major expense would be providing some kind of stickers to put on the existing maps to show a difference of approach.
You have a minute left.
Oh, well, I'm not sure what else to say. I hadn't really prepared very well. There are the yellow dots which show the places where people pick up the bus, and most of them would still be valid. I have a couple of copies if anybody's interested in asking me for one. And if there are any questions, I'd really appreciate it. I would like the city council to take up this matter. It is under the city council and the aquarium to make a decision like this.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I wanted to take a moment and introduce an important visitor that we have, Mary Dotson, who's visiting the city as part of a fellowship program through ICMA. This program is designed to link senior military employees through local cities to break down silos between our two organizations to further our understanding of each other's scope of work, challenges, strengths, opportunities, and so much more. Ms. Mary Dotson was assigned as Chief of Public Works and Logistics, IMCOM Directorate over Sustainment in March of 2020. In this position, she is responsible for the execution and installation management programs for 32 active U.S. Army installations and joint bases supporting Army Materiel Command, Army Futures Command, and Military District of Washington. Ms. Dotson provides expert public works advice to garrison teams in support of over 650,000 service members, family members, retirees, and civilians. She oversees the public works engineering, construction, master planning, municipal services, utilities, and energy portfolio through an annual $1 billion plus operating budget. She provides regional governance, business transformation, strategic communication, technical engineering, and logistics guidance to assigned Army installations made up of 72,000 Army facilities consisting over 150 million square feet with a plant replacement value of $230 billion. So quite a big job. We are super happy to host her. And we're excited to teach her all about the city of Monterey and the vast history that we have and help further our partnership between us and the military. So that's it.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Welcome. Enjoy. All the best. When do you leave?
Friday.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. It's a quick one.
Absolutely. So Mayor, Council, thank you for hosting me in your beautiful city, to the residents and to the team, sir. Again, you're just in a quick couple of days, the professionalism, the passion for service, and passion for collaboration comes through. So thank you.
But on top of it all, you get to enjoy some beautiful weather that we have here in Monterey. So thank you for it. Come back anytime.
And say again where you live.
Redstone Arsenal, Huntsville, Alabama. Is
Huntsville,
where I'm
Alabama.
stationed. Yes.
Okay. And so, were you at ADC?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
Okay. Good. I just didn't pick you out of the crowd of 800 people.
I was not at AC this year. No, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay. Good. Well, you'll bring her all up to speed on that one. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Awesome. Thank you. With that, because there was none online, correct? That's right. So we'll go ahead and close general public comment. And at this time, we're going to transition over to consent agenda. I haven't received a report of a request to pull anything. Council, do you wish to pull anything?
11. Yeah.
All right. 11. Anything else? Okay. Staff just want to reaffirm there's been nothing else since the, okay. All right. So we're going to go ahead and pull 11. At this time, we're going to open up for public comment. This is an opportunity for folks to speak on consent items unless you request to pull an item other than 11, because we're going to go ahead and pull 11. So this is an opportunity for you to let us know. So we'll start with folks on Zoom. If you're on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. While you're navigating your way there, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item, just ask that you stand up to the left of the podium. You can stay there. You're good. You're good. Anybody else?
Is it all items?
This is consent specifically.
Maybe just give them the numbers. That might
Yeah, items 1 through 12. I'm sorry, not 1 through 12. 3 through 12, with the exception of 11. If that's helpful at all. I don't know. Okay. All right. I'm only seeing one taker in the chamber. we'll go ahead and cut off to the one taker, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nobody on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start with our speaker in the chamber.
Good afternoon. Request to pull consent agenda number 9.
Number 9. Okay. We'll go ahead and pull that, and you'll be able to come up separately to speak on that one.
Great. Thank you.
Awesome. Yes, sir. And actually, you may want to stay right there because we're going to jump right to that here after we do this vote. So bring it back to the council. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve everything except for 9 and 11.
Second.
Has it moved and seconded? Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And with that, we'll move to item number 9. Give me 1 second here. Item 9 is to accept the traffic signal warrant evaluation and approve the removal of the traffic signal at Prescott Avenue and Taylor Street. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and start with public comment just to kind of get a good sense of what direction you're looking for here. So for folks on Zoom, you can use a raise hand function. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on item 9? All right, not seeing any, I'll cut it off to the one speaker, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nobody on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Good afternoon. I'm sure you guys don't know me. My name is Steve Wilson. I've been a resident of Monterey since 1966, which is 60 years. I've been a property owner in New Monterey since 1971. First house is at the corner of Cypress and Irving, and then I moved down to Prescott and Pine. I think everybody in the audience would probably know that house if I described it. Anyway, I've been there for a long time. I'm also a civil engineer and licensed land surveyor. I've had an engineering license in California for 50 years. Oddly enough, my first engineering job was from 1965 through 67, the city of Monterey.
Oh.
I worked up there.
Awesome.
Anyway, what I'm here is to...
We're recruiting, by the way.
Pardon me?
We're recruiting. Sorry, continue, please.
In any event, I'm here really to urge you not to make a mistake by approving that resolution. I brought with me a report that was done for the city of Pleasanton, and it's focused on multi-way stop signs, that is 4-way stop signs, and it makes a lot of sense. And I don't know if I brought copies for everybody. I don't know if we have the time resource to read that, but it's very, very helpful. The problem here is that Taylor Street used to be one of the Presidio entrances, and as such had a warrant for traffic signals. Traffic signal went in. Army closed off that street. So Taylor now is nothing more than any of the other side streets that basically serve residential area. And to put a stop sign on Prescott is really counterproductive to good traffic management. It doesn't make sense from an economic standpoint to do that. It's going to cost the citizens, the people that use that street, a waste of time, waste of money, and it just doesn't make sense to make everybody stop at Prescott. You're inconveniencing a lot of people. The problem that we have is there was a neighborhood meeting, 20 people show up, almost everybody in fact, everybody without exception that said they wanted a 4-way stop sign mentioned the word speed in conjunction with the 4-way stop. A stop sign is not a speed control device. It should not be. So I think it would be a big mistake to approve this, and I would urge you to take the time to do a little further study.
Thank you, sir, for your public comment. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and I'll ask staff to come up and provide a response in their choosing based off of the public comment, please.
But they might also do a mini presentation because since we pulled it.
We had a few slides if you're ready. And here's the presentation. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. So this item is not the approval of any sort of construction. So this is really to provide staff direction on the path forward. So when we started this project, it's an existing signalized intersection, and we had the opportunity to upgrade the signal, go with an all-way stop control or a side street stop control, and that's where Taylor Street would be the only side that's stopping. At this time, staff is recommending an all-way stop control as it is a logical step down from a signalized intersections. In many circumstances, as you move towards signalizing an intersection, you'll go from side street to an all-way stop to a signal. So we're saying at this point in time, let's go reverse. By choosing to go with an always stop at this time, you're not precluding yourself from doing a side street stop. As our staff has been discussing a lot, is we will be designing this in a way that should we decide that an always stop is no longer suitable, we can do that step down to a side street stop and put in an RRFB at an appropriate location at that time. We do need direction from you today because we do need to move forward in order to have this implemented by April 2029, which we have to meet a few settlement agreement deadlines. But when we made the decision to do an always stop, speed was not a factor that we looked at. We looked at it as a logical step down in terms of knowing who had right of way at the intersection, and the major focus was pedestrians due to the quantity of pedestrians that exit from the Taylor Street gate to Campagno's, a local neighborhood deli. So, and I will turn it back to you for
Awesome.
questions.
Thank you for the quick presentation. Questions, comments from the council, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. And looking at the map, and I'm familiar with that intersection, two corners are offset.
Yes.
So do you anticipate that if we did go to, at some point in the future, just a two-way stop with Prescott being a through traffic, do you think that this will require any adjustment to the curbsides that are offset?
So we actually are looking at kind of to create a bigger landing area and taking back some of that space with the current conceptual design. We have not done any sort of final design, so that's still up for discussion, but it would not be an issue. We're essentially designing it today so that it would work in either circumstance in the future.
Okay. And of course, you have to study it, and we know that we have pedestrians and standards change for corners. ADA, is it currently in compliance with ADA?
It is currently not in compliance with ADA, which is why we have that strict deadline of April 2029. Another reason why we really strongly recommended against upgrading the signal was if we were to go with that option, it would be a sizable improvement. I'm sure you've been to the sports center, the sports palace, I guess. And so those signals are very, very large. And those would be the type of signals that you could expect to see at that intersection. And so it doesn't really fit within the character of a neighborhood like that. The other reason why we recommended against it is if we went with a traffic signal, which would not be supported by the volume of traffic, we would have to take right away. And that's something that we really did not want to do.
Okay.
So.
Okay, great. Thanks for the additional information.
So is there a cost difference between the all-way stop and the side street stop as far as what is that cost difference?
So if I can recall right off the top of my head, it's around the $70,000 to $80,000 mark. It's actually more expensive to do the side street stop control because the RRFB is an electrical device, and so that's the expense cost. So versus an all-way stop, it's just a pole and a sign. So it's actually a cheaper option. But we are definitely considering if that's something we want to do in the future, or if that's something we want to do right now. We will have the option.
Okay, thank you. And so, because I know that it does get busy at lunchtime because of the deli. So that's why I was curious about that part, but you're saying it's $70,000 more to do the side street. Is that correct?
Yes, it's approximately that much.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So you mentioned that the logical progression would be going from signalized to an always stop. In terms of risk, what would be that risk from going from a signalized to only a side street stop?
So there's benefits and drawbacks with either option. So one of the issues that sometimes can happen is, I believe, with signalized intersections, and Andrew, I might pull you in on this one, is that when it's unwarranted, the amount of people that run the red light, because they're, especially on the side street, waiting for it. So with an always stop, it's going to more directly and quickly serve. We're not seeing the quantity of volume that we saw when the base was open, and we examined it both while the base was active and while it was shut down, and saw about an 80% drop in traffic on the Taylor Street, the side serving the actual gate. So with an always stop, it actually serves pedestrians a lot more quickly because they're not having to wait. So.
I'll just jump in real quick. So in terms of risk, I really don't want to speculate on collision potential of different intersectional configurations. There are trade-offs in what types of collisions you might see. But as Marissa was saying in our presentation, the step down from a signal operations, right now it's in flashing red. So drivers are kind of used to and accustomed to stopping at the intersection. A step down to a standard stop signs is what drivers are already used to and comfortable. So we could continue to evaluate it in the future. We come back, 6 months from now, once people have acclimated to the always stop configuration, say, hey, people are really stopping. We don't have the side street volumes that really justify that always stop configuration. We could come back at a later time and say, okay, now that people have gotten used to the signal being removed, we would want to recommend a two-way stop. So in terms of risk management, we're just thinking this is the natural progression. It's not to say that would preclude us from the future coming back and saying we want to, remove the stop signs from Prescott and just have a two-way stop control in Taylor. So this could just be like an interim solution. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, thank you. And that's exactly where I was headed, because I've experienced, not in Monterey, another city where that happened. Folks were used to seeing a signal, and then when it went away, they were still stopping, right? Because there was some lineage, right? Some lines drawn out in the intersection. People were still stopping when they had the right of way. So just kind of thinking through that. So thank you.
It made sense to me when I read it. You're going from a signal to a four-way stop, which just makes a lot of sense for the pedestrians. And it doesn't preclude the great comment from the member of the public that we could still go down to two later and you're continuing to train everybody to stop and that's safe and we're on the right track. I'm in support.
All right. Well, it's still with the council. So does anybody want to try to make a motion?
Do you want to make a motion?
I make a motion, we accept the traffic signal warrant evaluation as is. Sorry.
Did you want to say?
Second.
All right, so moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, move on to item 11 is to approve installation of public trash. I'm sorry, yes, approve installation of public trash receptacle art on Fisherman's Wharf. With that, I'll pass this to Dante for staff presentation. Actually, I'm sorry. Let me start with Ed. Ed, you requested this to be pulled. What are you looking at here?
A very brief presentation and overview, because I think the public will be very interested about why we're doing this.
Thank you, Mayor.
Another time for the city manager to introduce Brian Edwards.
Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Brian Edwards to provide a brief presentation and answer your questions.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, council members, and thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I'm getting my voice back. Yeah, so we are looking at, got contacted with the Fisherman's Wharf Association. We are looking at wrapping the we have the plain trash cans all around Fisherman's Wharf, and this is a beautification project that would be coming from the Tidelands Trust, and the Tidelands Trust is all of the tenants on there. They're paying into Tidelands Trust for repairs, maintenance all along the wharf area. So this would use historic art from cannery labels, and we would put them on a rolled aluminum. So it would be something that's, high quality and something that was just be a good product to put to kind of beautify that site all along. And there's a thank you, Nat, for that. That's an example of one of the trash cans right there, the portola. So it's highlighting our local fishing industry with different labels from this region all along there. And this is just an example of different labels. Yeah, right over there that we have. We have 7 different labels that we've looked at right now with Bob Wecker, and Wendy Brickman is in here. And I'll say the business owners are very interested on the wharf. They're very interested in having this as a beautification on those 9 trash cans that we have currently on that wharf property. But we also had them create a map currently of where the trash cans are along there. And it's just a beautification project for one of our most traveled sites here in Monterey. Happy to answer any questions on it too.
Yeah, I've got just one question. I think that the labels are great. It's a slice of our history. I'm not really in love with the one that's got El Carmel, because I don't want to advertise our competition. But I understand it's a piece of our former packing companies. I just wanted to give a little background about this, and I'm glad that you are here to represent this, because I think the connection between the historical significance of this is great. One question, how long do you think this will take to roll out? I know what's displayed on, or was displayed up there, was a pilot that was produced originally by the Wharf Association. How long do you think it'll take to get this underway and get all of our cans wrapped?
I don't know if Wendy might know on that. I thought we were looking at it was a pretty quick turnaround when we were on the phone with the designer of it. I think one thing I want to look at prior to us doing the install was just like we just want to make sure we've got our city logo on it, just putting on some kind of language and making sure we get all of that approved internally so that people know it's not just a can, it's also, it's a garbage can. We want to make sure that people's keep Monterey Bay plastic free or some kind of language like that. We'll get that worked out. And with the vendor, hopefully we can get it done within 2 to 3 months.
Okay.
Just kind of work.
Yeah, just right on the heels of summer starting, it'd be great to be able to launch that before we get into the heart of, the consumers walking by it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. That's the only questions I have.
Okay, any other questions? All right, we'll open up for public comment. Anybody on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? See one taker. Anybody else? All right, so we'll cut it off to the one speaker, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber. Hi, Wendy.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this topic. I'm Wendy Brickman, president of Fisherman's Wharf Association, and on behalf of the association, I would like to express our strong support for the proposed public trash receptacle art project on Old Fisherman's Wharf. We believe it's very creative and culturally appropriate. It's a project that celebrates Monterey's rich history and fishing and cannery history through colorful and educational historic sardine label artwork. Not only will the project enhance the visual appeal of Old Fisherman's Wharf, but it will also encourage visitors to properly dispose of trash by making the receptacles much more noticeable and inviting. It's a thoughtful way to combine public art, local history, and practical improvements for residents and visitors alike. We also appreciate that this project will utilize Tidelands trust funds, which are specifically intended to improve the waterfront area. Finally, we want to thank Brian Edwards, the city's library and museum director, along with everyone involved in bringing this idea forward and collaborating with wharf stakeholders throughout the process. And I would just say I spoke to somebody from Mountain View today, and I said, so excited about these labels. He didn't know anything. So this will be a way to educate our visitors. He grew up in Mountain View, knew nothing about sardine canneries. So we're proud to support this initiative and hope you will do the same. Thank you.
Thanks, Wendy. All right, with that, we'll go to our caller on Zoom.
Esther, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. This is wonderful. I think that they look fabulous, and there's absolutely no reason why we haven't had this already. It's kind of a no-brainer. But I want to just comment on the public art part of it. I see that this is going to be paid for by funds, the Tidelands funds, but the public art in this city should not be limited to the areas that tourists visit only. I have been for years trying to get something similar to what is on all the electrical boxes downtown Monterey. There are some marine themed paintings that were done by, I don't know if the Art Council was involved or not, but I've been trying for years to get that expanded into our neighborhoods, particularly Villa Del Monte and my neighborhood. And the previous city manager kept putting us off and said that it was, going to happen. And here we are with nothing. And they're really ugly. And while I'm thrilled to see you guys concentrate on expanding the public art that you have going on downtown and in Cannery Row or anywhere else that tourists are, that shouldn't only be the areas that get this kind of attention. So I'm not sure who would be the one to have taken this over and what conversations the previous city manager had had with who, but I believe that the rest of the city deserves the same attention when it comes to public art and beautifying our streets. So hopefully that will be something that can be addressed. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
I'll make a motion if I could with a comment first.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Ed, please.
Yeah, just briefly, thank you, Wendy and the Wharf Association for coming up with the idea to do something about this. And I want to give kudos to the city manager's office. Before Dante arrived, this was sort of in the folder and assigned to Brian. But I think it's a great approach with a great idea, and I see no reason why this couldn't expand to other parts of the city. But funding is always the case, and we're lucky that we have the natural funding here. Maybe this is the model and the pilot that we can look to other parts of the community as well. But I wanted to say appreciations to two of our police partners on the wharf that really sat down and said, we got to do something, and that's Chris Shake, and that was Cafe Fina and Domenico's Dominic Mercurio. So kudos to those because they recognized that there was a need here and brought it to Lou Bauman to be able to get this to Brian and then Brian to move it along rather quickly. So thank you all for the idea and moving this ahead. So with that, wait for the vote.
All right, any other comments? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we'll go to our public hearing items. 13 on the agenda is adopt city fee schedule. That I'll pass it to Dante for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Tonight, the council is being asked to adopt a new master fee schedule. And it's based on a comprehensive study to ensure that the fees reflect the true cost of services that are being provided. And the fee adjustments are designed to achieve cost recovery as much as we can. So the action tonight, after council receives the presentation, we're asking to approve the resolution to adopt the county citywide master fee schedule effective for this next fiscal year. Our Director of Finance, Director King, I keep saying Dr. King. It's Director King has been working hard on this, and I believe she will say a few words and also introduce someone to provide a presentation for us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Dante, give me about 2 years, maybe 3. Be Dr. King.
Create the reality.
Right. Okay, so Dante has said pretty much what I wanted to say. I just want you to know. So every year we update the master fee schedule. We do an internal evaluation of all the fees. We bring it to you around this time in May every year before we adopt the budget. Best practices is that we do internal annually and that we do a comprehensive study by professional firm every 5 years. It's been the last time we did one, it was 2013. So we have righted that date and got it updated. We engaged Wildan to conduct the comprehensive user fee study, and they're going to be presenting on their methodology and the results. Like Dante said, we are recommending the acceptance of the report and the adoption of the new master fee schedule effective July 1. And just cost-wise, we're looking at an increase in charges and fee studies of maybe about 6%, which would equate to about maybe 1.2 to 1.5 million. We did have staff when we did our normal projections kind of give modest updates of what they thought it was going to be, but this is prior to the completion of the study. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Priti Patel, who should be online. Can you have the presentation?
I just want to do a quick check-in. Do we know how long their presentation is?
I asked for 15 minutes.
Oof.
And
Yeah, can we reduce that? That's a long presentation. Is there a way that we can, what's the person's name?
Priti.
Come on.
If you just
Hello.
do methodology.
Hi, Priti. Hi. Is it possible for you to give us a truncated version of your presentation? I apologize for the
Yeah,
confusion.
that's fine.
We're just running a little bit tight on our agenda here and want to make sure that we move along pretty quickly. So
Sounds good.
we'll pass it to you to go ahead and lead off your presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Next slide, please. So what are user fees? User fees apply to voluntary services providing a private benefit. State law requires fees to be reasonable and proportionate to cost. User fee levels are established through City Council adoption and are intended to recover the cost of services provided. These do not include taxes, utility rates, or impact fees. Next slide, please. Why update user fees? When user fees do not recover the full cost of providing a service, the general fund subsidizes those services. This reduces available funding for broader community priorities such as public safety, community programs, and special events. Over time, continued subsidies can impact service levels and responsiveness. Updating the user fees allow the city to better understand cost recovery, plan for future service delivery, and ensure compliance with state law. Next slide, please. The objective of the study is to determine the full cost of providing city services and evaluate whether current fees align with those costs. This includes reviewing existing fee schedules, identifying outdated, obsolete fees, and evaluating whether new fees should be added. The study also incorporates policy direction by identifying appropriate levels of cost recovery, recognizes the subsidies may be appropriate in certain cases. All recommended fees are structured to remain legally compliant and consistent with city goals. Next slide, please. The study evaluates services and fees across multiple departments and divisions that are listed on this slide. Each department was reviewed individually to ensure that the unique nature of its services and operations were accurately reflected in this analysis. Next slide, please. The analysis relied on detailed financial and operation data provided by the city. This included expenditure data, staffing levels, indirect and overhead costs, productive billable hours, and estimated time required to complete tasks. City staff participation was critical throughout the process to validate assumptions, confirm workflows, and ensure accuracy. This collaborative approach helps ensure the results reflect how services are actually delivered. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the overall methodology used in the user fee study. The study followed a structured process, beginning with building the user fee study model. Then we met up with staff to review and update fee schedules. We then calculated the full cost of delivery using fully burdened costs and time inputs from staff. These calculated costs were then compared to the existing fee amounts to determine whether services are undercovering, fully recovering, or over-recovering costs. Finally, fee recommendations were developed based on the cost analysis, city policies, and applicable state law, with final adoption decisions reserved for City Council. Next slide, please. This slide describes how user fees are structured and calculated as part of the study. Fee structures vary depending on the type of service provided. Some fees are flat-based and calculated using fully burdened hourly rates, while others are valuation, deposit, or actual cost base. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the components that make up the full cost of a service. Costs include not only salaries and benefits, but also services and supplies, indirect support, and system and maintenance costs.
Accounting for all the cost components ensures that fees reflect the true cost of service delivery and comply with state requirements. Next slide, please. Fully burdened rates are the foundation of the cost analysis used in this study. These rates account for direct work time as well as indirect support. Using fully burdened rates ensures that all resources involved in delivering a services are captured even when multiple departments are involved. And then the next few slides just show each of the analysis for all of the departments. So we can just kind of skip through these to the last one.
While these are going through, I'll just share with folks that the slides are available online. So if you want to take a deeper look at those are available publicly to you.
So as a general principle, services that provide a private benefit should recover 100% of their cost. However, subsidies can be an effective policy tool in certain situations, such as encouraging participation, ensuring compliance, or maintaining access for residents. It is recommended that the city consider an annual inflation factor to fees, such as CPI, to avoid large future increases. A comprehensive fee study is also recommended every 5 years to ensure continued alignment with costs and policy objectives. And that's the end of the slide.
All right. Thank you for your flexibility there and shortening that. You did an amazing job. Council, questions? Please, Dr. Barber.
Yes, thank you so much for the report. Just a quick question. The comp study that you were talking about for every 5 years, we did one this time, and then so the next one would be the next 5 years. Is that what my understanding?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ed, did you have something that you wanted to jump in there on?
Yes, I'm just looking at the delineated under parking permits, but a parking permit is different than a parking citation. So I wanted to call out, I think there was a summary page, and I don't remember where I saw that. Is there an increase on a parking fine?
Pretty much that portion is just to codify what was approved by council last November.
Okay, so currently if I get a parking ticket for overtime downtown, it's $48. Is this causing that to increase beyond the $48?
I'd have to look at the actual citation part. So,
Yeah, I can't remember where I saw it, but I think it said with the exception of a parking fee, parking citation. Does anybody know?
no.
Well, yeah, maybe we can just go on to other council members' questions and we can come back to that. Chrissy will know.
Please.
Steffi, yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was just going to add to that one is the master fee schedule for our permits rates and also our fees, but the citations fall under the administrative fine schedule, which is a separate schedule.
Okay, and that schedule is not tonight?
Not tonight.
Okay,
No.
all right, thank you. That answered it.
All right, any other questions? Please.
Hi. There were some areas where I looked where there could have been full cost recovery where there wasn't, like certification of documents and the flash drives and the notaries. Is there a reason that we didn't increase those to full cost?
I'm going to have, I think some of those,
I know it's a hassle. I mean, there's a hassle factor to
I
it.
can answer on the notary. The notary fee is limited by state law. We can't charge more than $15 per signature.
But we are charging 15. Thank you.
Did you have any other questions?
Oh, well, yeah. So we could go, the certification of documents cost 20. So why aren't we charging 20? I mean, when we're looking for money. Yeah.
What packet page are you looking at?
I'm on page 193. Sorry. And then it looks like we're giving the flash drive away, which,
The flash drive should be at cost. So the same amount that the city pays for the flash drive is what we would have them pay.
okay. Oh, okay.
So some fees are driven by the city code.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And
So that's
this is-
presuming that
Yeah.
that's passed on then. Got it. Okay. So we're still at the certification of documents. Current fee is $1. Full cost is 20. We're subsidizing it 95%. When I think we could get more. I'm just looking for more money because what I really want to say is the appeals hearing boards, disabled access appeals boards, and buildings housing appeals boards stayed the same at 881. But to get to the appeal from planning to city council went up to 4180, which makes me uncomfortable to get from the appeals from the staff, zoning administration to planning commission is 2511. That doesn't bother me as much as getting to city council. I don't have to pay $4,000 to get an appointment with Jimmy Panetta as a normal person, not as an elected, to tell him I have a problem. I just feel our residents should be able to get an appeal to city council for less than $4,100. But I'm trying to find extra money to pack in there. Maybe we could raise the 881 for the appeals boards, raise that somewhat, and bring the cost of getting to our city council down to where it has been. I'm just uncomfortable charging so much for the public to have access to their elected representatives.
Councilmember Rush, I think that we're getting more into the debate of the topic, and so maybe we can pick this up when we come back from public comment. Did you have any other questions for staff at this time?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, all right, thank you. With that, we're gonna go ahead and open up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item, just ask you to stand up to the left of the podium. I see one taker. Anybody else? We'll cut it off to the one. And I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's one on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
I agree with Councilmember Rash's comment about the appeal amount too. I think it's almost like a poll tax in a way to charge people that much money for an appeal. But my major observation was when I was going through this, in the foundational numbers that support all these are the hourly rates, the burden, what they call the fully burdened hourly rates, which in my opinion really aren't fully burdened because it doesn't include the amortization of the buildings that people are in, the utilities. If you're a private enterprise, you have to pay the lease, you have to pay the CAM charges, you have to pay the insurance on the building, you got all these other overheads. So I called around to some local engineering firms. City engineer, fully burdened rate, $328 an hour. Principal for a private engineering firm, $290 an hour. That's their fully burdened rate. That pays their leases, their insurance, the whole enchilada. Senior engineer at the city of Monterey, $303 an hour. Private sector, $225. That's 35% higher here in the city than it is for the private sector. And it goes on. The associate civil engineer, $257 at the city, $205 for the private sector. I understand there's differences between the private sector and the public sector. I was upstairs for many, many years. But I think when it comes to your budget deliberations that are upcoming, you need to circle back to this and look at grounding hourly rates or at least checking in with the private sector to say, how are we comparing with the private sector? And why is it that we're so much higher? Is it the overhead? My sense is that it's not the engineers who are coming home with a bunch of money in their pocket. I know that's not the case. So it's the overburden. It's the accountants. It's Dante. It's the city attorney. It's all the other adds to that. So another observation I had is, having worked upstairs, there's a thing called a certificate of compliance that we would regularly process, and then there's a lot merger process. Well, for some reason, the certificate of compliance is double the cost of a lot merger, yet it's the same. Actually, I would say that the certificate of compliance takes almost as much time because you have to go through the title report. You have to see what kind of exceptions there are to the title, if there's any non-conformances, because even though it's called a certificate of compliance, you have to list all the non-compliances on the parcel. So I know you're probably thinking, well, you're picking at nits here, Tom, but it shows me that if that one data point is off a bit, the whole process might be a little bit suspect, and take a closer look at those things. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go to our caller on Zoom.
Yes, we've got Lori. Lori, you can unmute and go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. After reviewing the fee study and proposed schedule, I think that we need to all understand this isn't simply routine administrative update, at least not how I saw it. This whole aggressive policy movement toward full cost recovery across city services and continued shifting all operational costs onto residents, businesses, and applicants and property owners. The report repeatedly references reducing the general fund subsidization and the maximizing cost recovery. And some of these increases are substantial. It's stated that administrative service fees increased on average by 98%. Building division fees increased on average by 139%. 38 planning division fees increased. And at the time, the resolution authorizes these future CPI fee increase administratively. And I'm going to get on that. Jean talked a little bit about it, but I'm directly affected by this because we just had a situation in our neighborhood. For me, one of the most concerning aspects was this appeal fee. The proposed fee is for the Planning Commission to go to City Council is now over $4,000. And a home a couple doors down from me, set up for demolition, a rebuild project, a 2-story house, rooftop deck, large basement, 1,000-square-foot basement, a removal of Monterey cypress tree, and it'll probably kill the one right next door on the property line. We appealed as neighbors or tried to pool our resources, but the appeal cost was already $3,000 and we couldn't even afford to pool our resources to do it. So we just couldn't afford it. So therefore, we did not directly have any ability to get to you and participate in the city appeal process. And that's concerning, and it should be concerning for everybody, because those are just everybody's right to try to participate in transparency and accountability in local government. So if they become so high that only developers and corporations and wealthy people and that they can only realistically have access, then ordinary residents lose meaningful access to review these important local decisions that are going to affect all of us. And also these increased fees reduce the demand for services. They make it so that a lot of people don't do permits. Already, there's a lot of neighbors around me over the last couple of weeks that have put in sliding glass doors, replaced all their windows, poured a new driveway, demoed their driveway, and there's no permits, and they're all doing it on the weekends because they want to avoid these fees. And I'm thinking that's even going to be more the case if these fees keep going up. Anyway, I'm out of time, so I wrote a letter. You can go see it in the comments folder. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment. Thank you to our 2 public commenters. Bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation. Who wants to start us off? Please.
So I'm trying to make sure that I'm on the exact page that everybody is talking about dealing with the appeals, because on page 194 in the packet, where I see the appeals for a hearing board, where the current fee is, says $881.61. And then it says suggested fee, $881.61, which is the full recovery. And then if you look at the Building and Housing Appeals Board appeals fee, same price, and the suggested same price, and the recovery being 100%. Is there something different that you guys are talking about with appeals?
No,
Okay, so
not with those.
Chrissy, did you want to jump in?
If I may, just to clarify, so appeals before the appeals hearing board generally might be a denial of a permit to remove a tree, for example. And I believe the appeals that Councilmember Rash is talking about are appeal of a denial of a use permit before the Planning Commission would then come to the City Council. So it's a different type of an appeal, different levels of work are involved, and that's why there's such a difference in the
right, so
cost.
not all of the appeals, so that's specific appeal.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
So do you want me to say it again?
You don't have to repeat yourself, but if you want to continue with where you were, that's
Right, well, I'll just say that going from the 2,977, which is the full cost, I understand that, to get to the city council appealing the planning commission and going to 4180, I am uncomfortable. I would like to see it stay at least the same. I want people to have access to the council. We're the elected officials. I get all the other levels of permitting and the other levels of appeals. And maybe we can offset it somewhere, but I want it accessible. So I would make a motion to keep number 47, number 48, the appeals of decisions of planning commission to the city council, just keep it at 2,977 and accept the rest of the recommendation.
Could you give me the page number that you're
Yes,
looking
199.
Okay, I think we're all kind of jumping around on the charts that are, and it's a very extensive list, so if the public can
Yeah.
bear with us here.
The reason I mentioned the 881 is if there was any appetite to raise that a little bit to offset keeping the appeal to city council lower. But that's not the issue. The issue is not the $881 for the lower appeals. It's to get to city council for $4,180 bothers me.
Could we have maybe somebody from the planning team, maybe Kim, kind of describe why we're seeing such a larger increase there? That might be helpful to have some context.
So as she's coming forward, I'll just coming forward, Kim. These are user fees, right? And the council obviously has, within your purview, you can subsidize as much as you want. You know, I guess the philosophical question is, for these user fees, should the public subsidize those requests or fees for someone who wants to appeal a project of self-interest? Again, we cannot charge more than it cost us, essentially. So if it's at 100%, we can't go above 100% recovery. But if we're subsidized, we can go up to 100%. But with that, I'll let our directors talk a little bit more.
So I think that's a great overview. Right now, we're proposing to recover 100% of the fee of the cost of providing that service, and it does get more complicated when you go from the Planning Commission to the City Council. There's typically significant legal review, staff time responding to all the comments. The reports get more complicated, and so I think it shows the complexity as we go up through the appellate process. In contrast, as Ms. Davi explained, when you go to the appeals hearing board and it's a single topic like a tree removal, it tends to be more focused with less public input.
Thank you for that. Thank you both. And if I recall correctly, the council dealt with this in the past where it was lower, and I think part of the problem we were seeing was maybe a little bit of an abuse of that system, and we were getting a lot of appeals for the council to just basically uphold the decisions that were made. If I'm recalling that correctly.
I guess I would describe it in the past. There's a section of our municipal code that describes recovery. And in the past, appeal fees were subsidized by the city of Monterey. And I don't remember the exact date. It's somewhere probably in the last 5 years. The city council made the decision to change that recovery rate to 100% to reflect the true cost. Once again, looking at how to fund services in our community. So that's how I would characterize it, is the city council made a policy choice to recover 100%.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Ed, did you have any additional input? There was a motion on the table, so I just wanted to kind of make sure we get to the motion that's been presented to us.
Yeah, and I'm going to second. I'll second so we can clean up so we can discuss. So I'm looking at packet page 199, which is, I believe, item number 40, permits, extensions, and then it delineates and then talks about, Gene, what you're talking about is the current appeal of a decision of the planning commission to get to the city council is currently at 29% recovery at $2,977. The recommendation is to move to $4,180 to be fully covered. I would like to compromise in there somewhere. I think I can't see us staying at the 29% subsidized. I know it's a lot. I'm just thinking back of the number of appeals that actually came to the council. So I think that number I could sustain and I guess accept less than 100% for that one only, because I think that one does have a fundamental last rights of readdress. And certainly there is an encumbered cost for that appeal to come to the council. But there are other things that, because it's already gone through the process through the city, I think there are more opportunities where it's not going to actually be 100% that we need to recover. Now, staff is probably going to be able to argue that, but I don't think we have that many. And I would counter that instead of 100% recovery, close the gap. We're at 29% now. I'd say I would be okay if we were at least collecting the 75%. That would make that less than the 4180, but more than the current just less than 3. There's a figure in there somewhere that I think it's like 75% I'd be okay with on recovery.
I'd accept that friendly amendment. We can make it 3,500.
City manager, your comment, if we made the recovery less than the 100%, but if we set that figure at, say, 3,500, and that's the item number 48, appeals of a decision of planning commission to get to the city council.
Yes, that's within council's purview.
Okay. Gene, was there anything else on your page?
No.
I want to go to page 193, and there was something that stood out to me, and I just have to make sure I cover it. And if I'm looking at the agenda packet subscription service council per year, and it's currently costing an individual who wants to get an email of the packet $238, and the proposal is, because we are subsidizing 92%, the proposal is $3,087.
I can answer a question about that.
Well, let me ask the question. The question is, how many are we sending it? How many participate in that as an annual? And then that fee, I understand, is a huge increase, but help me out understanding the increase.
Well, I do want to clarify that is not for emails. We send
Okay.
emails for free. We send them to hundreds and hundreds of people
Okay.
every single time we make a packet. This is for mailing it.
Okay.
Printing and mailing it. And we have had some very large packets, and I did some pretty careful calculations on this one, and I know that fee looks really high, but that is the actual cost.
Okay, so you're actually mailing a packet,
Yes,
boxes to someone who needs it in paper version.
correct. And it is free on our website, and we send those emails for free too. So
Okay,
if someone did want us to be printing all of that and spending the staff time in the paper and all of the postage and everything involved,
Okay.
then that is the actual cost.
okay. And I appreciate the clarification because it's free for email.
Correct.
Okay, good, covered.
Okay. Anybody else? What is the cost difference? I don't math. If we go from 100% to 75% for the appeal.
But I think the proposal in the motion was to
75%.
up to,
Cost
no,
recovery.
set it at 3,500. At 3,500.
Oh, I apologize. I completely overlooked that. What is the 75% though?
Yeah, 75% is $3,135, and if it's set at $3,500, then that's at an 83.7% cost recovery.
And the motion maker said she was okay with 3,500.
Yeah, either one. I just need some kind of give to improve access, arguably.
I think the challenge, I don't want to spend too much time on this. It almost doesn't make too big of a difference in my mind. But my point is either way, like if somebody is lower income, paying $3,100 for an appeal, to me, doesn't feel like much better than $4,100. So I don't know what we're trying to achieve by giving an appearance that we're trying to be more open. The process is open. They go through a public hearing through the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is eager to take on more work. They're all eager to help the city. And I trust our Planning Commission to make appropriate decisions. So I'm just throwing that out there. I wrote a note here. Oh, I wanted to go back to Tom's point. He was referencing like these other fees associated with the full cost recovery. And so I just wanted to see if staff could answer that question. Are we truly looking at full cost burden, including the facilities and all the other things associated with running city business?
So the fully burdened rate includes direct and indirect cost, which includes, part of like the IT cost, like the city attorney's office cost, everything, that is indirectly related to other than the salaries and benefits.
Okay, so does it include facilities as well?
Yes.
Okay,
That is
so it does include all those things?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
And then, I can't understand my notes.
Okay, Tyler, can we go back to the first thing you started with?
Let me, give me one, yeah, I'll pass it to you after I'm done here. Oh, the fees, us increasing the fees, how much is that, how much do we anticipate that increasing our revenues? Just trying to think about this in the context of our budget deficit.
Gotcha. So the message that went to all departments, is to conservatively include part of the revenue. And we are expecting 6% out of the fees and charges. And that totals about like 650,000. And this is on the low side of the revenue projection.
Okay, what is the high side?
I would say 8%, and that makes another like 350, so almost $1 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And that is that figure included in what was presented to us during the study?
Correct.
To the study session?
Correct. The 6% is.
It was already included?
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. Please, Ed, thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So you were starting to go down a chain of thought on those that are challenged, possibly lower income, that went through a planning commission and want to get to the council for redress. I don't know that it's necessarily meriting to carve out a different bracket based on income levels, because most of the time a planning commission application is either remodeling, building, land use. I mean, I don't know. I've never really heard of anything that's coming to the planning commission where folks are saying, well, never mind, I can't afford it. I don't know if it's something that qualifies. I'd be open for staff if they think there's merit there to allow public access to an appeal to the city council, but I don't get a sense that that's really necessary. I could be convinced otherwise, but I think that setting it at 3,500 at least lessens that sting for those appeals. But I don't know how many appeals I've seen in the last 2 years.
I guess I'm confused because I thought your thought process seemed to align with what I was saying, which is I haven't seen a situation where there's been somebody of low income doing this that has created a barrier. I haven't heard that being an issue in the community. So then why are we so why are we doing it?
We're having this conversation, so I thought you were leaning in towards saying that we should have some income-based accommodation. But I just wanted to make sure that we were covering that and that we were satisfied that a $3,500 level to get to an appeal to the city council was something that we were comfortable with.
I guess I would ask staff, is an income-driven fee something that is even legally sufficient for us to consider?
I don't know about the legality. We might want to ask our expert who provided the report. But, you know, if you're talking about a system where we have to do additional work at qualifying, that's more cost, right?
Totally.
More time.
Totally.
But I don't know if our consultant at Wildan has any comments on that, on the legality.
I do see some cities that do have that in their fee schedule, that it's up to the community development director to subsidize fees if needed so. But you would have to probably look in your municipal code and what's written in the cost recovery policy.
Is there a process? I know that there's a process already established in the city that I'm hoping that maybe we could look at just tying it to make the facilitation of that a little bit easier.
So I would need to research that a little bit more. I know, for example, when we've looked at fees for garbage service, and there was a desire to have a discount for certain groups of people, and then that was determined to not be appropriate because then the rest of the public is subsidizing certain individuals, and that was determined not to be lawful, but I haven't evaluated it in this context. What we do have in place right now is if you're issued an administrative citation in our code, it requires that you deposit the amount of the penalty before you can get your appeal. We do have a hardship waiver for that advanced deposit process. It doesn't waive your obligation if you're found, liable for the citation to pay it later, but we do have that process in place for that system. And we do not allow people that own property to apply for the waiver or to be eligible. So it's something we could certainly look at, but I can't say right now that I could recommend it today.
Okay, no, thank you for that. I'm hesitant to create a blanket drop in the fee, subsidization of the fee. I'm open to addressing the concern as it relates to low income individuals. But my hope would be that the council could consider approving this, because my understanding is that if we change it, the motion will need to include a different effective date. And
yeah, so if I could just touch on that. So we do have a city code that puts in there the amount of cost recovery as a matter of policy. And right now for appeals, it says 100%. And as we've discussed, we're going to reduce that maybe to 87.5% or 75%. And so that will take 2 readings of an ordinance before that could become effective. So we might have some tiering of fees, which is completely doable tonight if you want to. So most fees will go into effect July 1st. Planning, building, and other fees will go into effect July 20th because there's a different timeline under the government code. And then if we're changing the appeal fees, I would suggest maybe September 1st, which will give us time to come to you with a first and second reading of an ordinance to change the policy in the city code to a different level of subsidy.
Um, all right. Well, there is a motion on the table. Any other comments? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. With that, we're going to move to 14. Receive a report on compliance with Assembly Bill 2561, Government Code Section 3502.3 regarding vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts. Sorry, I apologize. Was that clear included in the motion in the last one? Did I jump too quickly?
It wasn't clear to me.
I apologize.
Did we
I'm
get
just
everything?
I'm processing that in my head.
Can you read back the motion, please?
Yes, so that, what I've got is that everything was approved except that the one fee for the appeals of planning commission decisions to the city council will be $3,500, but that would need to be starting in September 1st, I'm imagining, because of the need to go through this ordinance process. Okay.
I think we're all on the same page there. Is that good? Okay. All right.
We'll be coming back with the appeal fee.
Perfect,
And
perfect.
everything else will move forward.
Thank you. My brain was doing some weird stuff there. So I've read the title to 14, so I'll pass it to Dante for staff presentation, hoping we can keep this pretty brief.
Yes, we can keep this very brief. This is Assembly Bill 2561, and our city clerk has been working on this. I'm sorry. This is not right.
She's like, I'm gonna sit back down.
Assembly Bill 2561. This is a bill to comply with reporting on job status and vacancies and recruitments in our city. And we have our Human Resource Director who will be providing this report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Brett Nell, your Human Resources Director. I provided a very detailed report, and I know we want to keep this brief, so I'm just going to go over some highlights. I do want to point out the legislation does allow for labor groups to speak as well, so I'll keep my presentation as brief as possible. AB 2561 became effective in January 25. The goal of that was to provide transparency regarding staffing levels and hiring conditions. As you can see here, there's some things listed out that we have to report on. If there is a bargaining group that has a vacancy rate of 20%, we have to give additional reporting. And our MEA group, our management group, was over 20%. So we'll give some additional data for them. Okay. Citywide vacancy overview, we have 476 budgeted full-time equivalent employees. Vacant full-time employees, we have 65.5. That number's incorrect on the screen, so the actual number is 65.5. And as of May 1st, we had 27 recruitments going. And those 27 recruitments are at various stages in their process. Average vacancy rate over the last year. As I mentioned, MEA, our management group, they're above 20%, 20.58. I just wanted to show you the three highest. Our police association is 17.71%, general employees at 13.5. All of our other groups are below 10%. Strategies, expanding our recruitment, advertising, and outreach. We do continuous recruitments. What that means is for police, we would run the recruitment always. So as soon as police come in, we send that information over, and our recruitment officer would work with the police department. So we've started doing that with some other departments and other high-profile recruitments where we're trying to get people in the house. Also, I wanted to point out that we had 67 recruitments done over the last reporting period. We had 28% of those recruitments were filled with internal promotions. As far as retention, I've mentioned a few things here. You know, we're trying to do competitive compensation reviews, professional development, wellness and flexible work schedules. Our retention rate in our city is 90%. Again, this outlines some of the recruitment challenges. I won't go too far in detail with that slide. So with the additional reporting for MEA or management group, they do have 10 vacancies out of 58 that are in their group. Oh, sorry, 10 vacancies. We have 2 recruitments going for them right now. We've received 31 applications, and the average time from posting to hire is 117 days for them. Some opportunities that we can look at with them is we're working on a joint wage study with that bargaining group. My office, we partner with organizations to try to partner with them in direct sourcing also to fill some of those positions. Already at questions.
Thank you for the
Feel like I was
presentation.
speed cooking.
Questions from the council, please.
Yeah, and I think I know what you mean by direct sourcing. So could you explain that?
For instance, when we use NeoGov, there's some features in there that instead of, we put out the flyer and wait for people to apply, we're going out and sourcing, looking at applicants and trying to find people. Being more active instead of waiting for them to come to us.
Right.
Okay.
Any other questions from? You said
no.
Actually, along the same lines, then what is direct outreach?
Same thing.
You mean
sorry, targeted outreach.
It would be the same. So I'm looking at NAACP, LULAC. We're trying to go to universities, CSUMB, NPC, the colleges. So just making sure we outreach to groups in our community instead of just again posting on NeoGov, govjobs.com or Indeed. We're trying to find the sources here, specialized groups. So, and I can't think of the names off the top of them. I probably have it here, but I could figure engineering, right? We'll work with a department head and there'll be organizations that they're a part of. So then we target that organization, pay the extra money, advertise there, as opposed to, again, like an Indeed.com, and then you just wait for people to come.
So this is also kind of reflective of the proposed partial resolution for the structural deficit as well. As far as when we're talking about some of the proposed freezing, because I noticed that in the reports of some positions that were either frozen or either proposed to be frozen. So this is all part of that particular proposed partial resolution.
So this was a report on vacancies, and so I went into a little more detail in terms of where those vacancies are and kind of how they're treated, as opposed to why we aren't recruiting for them. So there are some in the report that was more detailed in terms of they were either frozen last year or they may be proposed depending on council's decision in the future. But
so
just to give it more
inclusive in this.
It's in the report. Yes,
that's what I'm saying. That is inclusive of that particular proposed resolution that we've been talking about that impacts the structural deficit.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
All right. With that, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Seeing 2 takers. Anybody else? All right, we'll cut it off to the 2. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nobody on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Good afternoon. My name is Shea Ballesteri. I'm the chairman for the General Employees of Monterey. And Jim has a few concerns about which positions are filled within the city and why and how the city decides to select which positions to fill. We recently got a list of the vacant positions within GEM, and there are many positions that have not been filled in many years, some of which are not even recognized as frozen despite the numerous years of vacancy, with no recruitment being done to them. These include 8 vacancies in the building maintenance division, including an administration assistant position that has been vacant for 2.5 years, a facilities maintenance coordinator that has been vacant for over 2 years, a building maintenance worker that has been vacant for over 5 years. These positions are funded by the Army contract and therefore do not even have an impact on the general fund. The positions are also not recognized as even being frozen. The city has not run a recruitment for the vacant building maintenance worker positions since it became vacant in March of 2021. The city also is proposing to contract out some of the workload associated with these positions at a great expense to the city. There are 3 vacancies in the parking division, including a parking services coordinator vacant since August of 2023. These do not impact the general fund. 2 of these are proposed to be frozen, even though they're not general fund positions. An assistant planner position that was put on the budget in 2024 and has never had a recruitment done for it. This is a position that's not recognized as frozen. A plans examiner position that the city is currently proposing to contract out for work rather than to raise the pay to a competitive amount. There are 5 vacancies in the Parks Division, while the city continues to employ outside contractors to do the exact same workload as the city employees within the division. There's an automotive mechanic position that has sat vacant for over a year with no recruitment being done. The city continues to contract out work that this position could be doing at an exorbitant cost to the city, with a fire truck mechanic contract out at an hourly rate that is more than 4 times the hourly labor rate of a city mechanic. City mechanics have saved the city significantly more money than the cost by allowing work to be done in-house at a major discount. There are many positions that could be filled as promotional opportunities for current employees, which could help with retention. There are also more positions that the city has not made an effort to fill. We would like to see more internal-only promotional opportunities in order to retain employees. And we would also like to see non-general fund positions remain unfrozen, as they don't impact the general fund, and leaving them vacant causes overtime and contracting out costs. We definitely like to see the city consider increasing wages for recruitments that fail to attract good and qualified candidates. And that's our position on the topic today. Thanks.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Chris DeWhite. I serve as the president for Management Employees Association, also known as MEA. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of our members. MEA normally has not presented or given public comment, but we feel that it's time to reach out and communicate more to express our concerns and strains that our team has encountered. First, I want to acknowledge the difficult budget situation our city is facing and thank council, the budget committee, and the city manager's office for the work being done to address it. We understand that these are challenging decisions, and we do not take them lightly. MEA employees are often the people residents interact with every day. We answer questions, support boards and commissions, organize community meetings, implement council priorities, and help keep city services moving forward. In many ways, we are the connection between the city organization and the community that we serve. I also want to bring the conversation back to one of the city's own stated priorities as part of the council's vision under value drivers and strategic priorities, recognizing that our workforce is our greatest resource. Right now, MEA represents over 59 employees, and we are operating with over a 20% vacancy rate. Of the 30 proposed staff reductions citywide, 7% are MEA positions, or 23%, yet we represent only a little over 10% of the city staff. That has a real impact on people doing the work and on the city's ability to maintain services over time. There has also been discussion about employee compensation as part of our city's financial challenges. I think it's important to remember that recent salary adjustments were not designated to put employees above market. They were intended to help the city stay competitive, retain qualified staff, and stabilize a workforce that has already been stretched thin. In fact, the city's compensation philosophy has consistently targeted salaries below median to comparable cities. MEA employees are expected to be the experienced professionals and subject matter experts who help move projects forward, improve operations, and serve this community at a high level. At the same time, the city's own strategic priorities speak to providing fair and competitive compensation. Our concern tonight is not only about positions being reduced, it is about sustainability. Services and expectations have continued to grow while vacancies remain difficult to fill. Workloads have increased and additional reductions are now being proposed. Many employees are doing everything they can to maintain the level of service Monterey residents expect, but burnout is becoming very real. At the end of the day, our members care deeply about the city and this community. We want Monterey to succeed, and we remain committed to providing excellent public service. We respectfully ask that council and the city manager's office continue working towards solutions that balance fiscal responsibility with the city's stated commitment to its workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for there's no motion, but any last minute comments? Nobody? Please.
So I just really just have a quick question. Have you looked at working with housing agencies as far as it's part of your, I guess, services to offer to potential recruits that would come into the area? Like working with different housing agencies to see about trying to help them to find that, not you personally, but referring them and saying, hey, we are partnering with this particular housing agency that might be able to help you to find housing in the area. I'm just saying that because I know CSUMB does that, but of course they have housing on the property, but they don't do it themselves. They actually partner with a property management group that helps to find that. So, and it's not guaranteed, but it's a service that they offer to recruits. And I was just curious as whether that's something that we're doing.
I am not doing that, and it's an excellent idea. So I'm taking note. Yeah,
Okay.
we don't do that, but we will. That's a good idea.
I don't have a question. I'll make a general statement so you don't have to stay at the podium there. I do have some questions regarding some of the comments that were made from both of labor representatives. I think what it begs is a deeper conversation around what does all this mean as it relates to our budget. So I'm not going to go too much into this today, but I hear you both. I recognize the message that you send. And the message that I'm making here is more for the broader community when it relates to the structural budget deficit. As we make these really complicated and tough decisions, we're already starting to see, like, we haven't made those decisions yet, and we're already starting to see some of the rub that's being created with our workforce and the implications associated with that. And so I don't take the comments lightly. I see this as a sign for a worsening to come and really challenging decisions that need to be made by the council, but also the community at large. I'm just going to use this as an opportunity to reiterate, if Measure D doesn't pass, that's $4.5 million. So you set aside that $4.5 million, even if it does pass, that's what, an additional $8 million that we have to figure out where we're going to cut that. I'm eager to hear from folks that don't think we need to increase our revenues in regards to which programs are we going to cut in the city of Monterey. And it's not as easy as just saying we're going to get rid of a program, because a lot of the programs that you would propose to cut can oftentimes be revenue generating. Sometimes there's cross collaboration amongst departments. It's a really complicated process. And so it's going to be tough. And if it doesn't pass, that's another $4.5 million. We're looking at the full $12.5 million that's being proposed. So we have some really tough challenges ahead. I truly appreciate our workforce. I stand by the values that the council has approved and passed. I hope that we can live up to that, and that's going to be the challenge for us on the council and for the community at large. So with that, we're going to go ahead and jump to our public appearance item. I know that time is getting tight and we still have to get to closed session, but I'm going to try to get us to knock this one out. So thank you all for the discussion on that topic. Public appearance item number 15 is to amend restate resolution 25-112 to adopt refined residential parking permit program framework. And with that, I'll pass it to Dante for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. This item, like you said, is a staff recommended refinement to our residential parking program. We have our parking supervisor, Chrissy Steffi, who's going to be coming up and providing a presentation for us And council's being asked to adopt the attached resolution implementing some of the changes to the program. And with that, I'll turn it over to staff.
All right, thank you, Dante. So good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Christy Steffi and I serve as the parking superintendent. Also here with me today is Lee Bradley, and she is our assistant parking superintendent. And then also online, I'd like to mention that we have Julie Dixon and Elliot Holt, who are with Dixon Resources Unlimited, and they are our parking consultant. So today's presentation is about the Residential Parking Permit Program, or RPP, as I'll refer to it. Following council approval in November 2025, staff began rollout of the new program framework in January. As the rollout moved forward, staff identified a few key areas where refinements are now recommended. And then the next slide, are you doing, okay. Do I have the clicker? Okay, so I'll move to the purpose of the RPP program. So before discussing the refinements, I wanted to briefly touch base on the purpose of the RPP program. Why is this program needed? The RPP program is used in residential neighborhoods where outside parking demand limits parking availability for residents. At its core, the program helps manage limited on-street parking in areas where residents are competing with nearby business, schools, employee, visitor, and visitor parking. The program uses parking time limits and resident permits to help create parking availability for residents and the quality and equity for all, as it is a public street. Although this is a solution, it comes with compromises and trade-offs to balance limited parking. Next slide, perfect. Now for a bit of the background. The RPP program has been in place in Monterey since 1985. And currently includes more than 2,000 residential addresses across 18 permit zones. I want to emphasize that all the existing permit zones were previously established through resident petition, neighborhood parking review, and council approval. As you can see by the map, over time, the program has continued to grow and become somewhat of a patchwork puzzle stretching across the city with different rules and permit structures. As a result, the city identified the need to modernize and update how the program was managed. As you can imagine, updating and rolling out a program of this size required extensive outreach and coordination. Beginning in 2021, the city started evaluating opportunities to improve consistency, simplify administration of the program. That effort included community meetings, resident surveys, and review of similar programs before ultimately resulting in the updated framework that was adopted by council this past November. Throughout 2025, staff worked with the community through surveys, neighborhood meetings, public outreach, council discussions, and ongoing engagement through Have Your Say Monterey. Following council approval this past November, rollout of the updated program began in January of this year. This was a significant transition for an existing program serving more than 2,000 residential addresses across several neighborhoods throughout the city. The rollout moved a program from an outdated, paper-based system that relied on decals and paper permits to a new virtual permit system, and also introduced permit fees to help support the program's sustainability long-term. Because of the size of the transition, staff used a phased rollout approach, which continued outreach and communication throughout the process. This included several mailed notices, neighborhood Q&A sessions, in-person registration support, online resources, and ongoing outreach to help walk residents through the changes. Throughout the rollout, more than 600 residents have registered in the new online system. As the updated program rollout continued, staff also received a wide range of feedback and identified 5 key themes that were refinements that we are now recommending. The 5 key areas we recommend refinements to the program include existing permit areas, opt-out thresholds, guest pass fee structure, owner-landlord permits, and cannery row eligibility criteria. I'll walk through each of these refinements in more detail, starting with the requalification process for existing permit areas. Under the adopted framework, existing permit areas were required to requalify during the rollout of the updated program. As with any parking program, parking needs and resident perspectives vary throughout the community. Some residents strongly supported keeping the program in place, but were concerned that the existing permit areas had to requalify again and viewed the process as a barrier to keeping the RPP program. On the other hand, some residents had concerns about the program changes or simply did not want the program. Staff also recognized that relying on registration levels alone could unintentionally remove existing RPP programs from neighborhoods where outside parking impacts still exist. When it comes to requalification, it's important to recognize that these permit areas were already established through resident petition and council approval. Essentially, these programs have been in place for more than 40 years, and the requalification requirement meant these neighborhoods needed to petition 2 times. As a result, staff is recommending removing the requalification requirement for existing permit areas. If a neighborhood does not want the program, there is an opt-out option to request to remove the program, which that leads us into our next refinement. Under the adopted framework, the requirement for establishing a new permit area was reduced from 80% to 70%. Staff is recommending reducing the opt-out threshold from 80% to 70% as well, so the program requirements remain consistent. Under this approach, existing permit areas would remain in place unless residents choose to move forward with the opt-out process. And the next refinement relates to guest passes. Under the adopted framework, the first 25 guest passes are free, with additional guest passes available through a tiered pricing structure. During rollout, an opportunity was identified to simplify the fee structure. The recommended change would keep the first 25 passes free and replace the tiered pricing structure with a flat rate of $25 per set. And now related to owner-landlord permits, under the adopted framework, owner-landlord permits counted toward the 4 permit maximum for an address. During rollout, staff identified an opportunity to manage owner-landlord permits separately. Staff is recommending a separate category for owner-landlord permits so they no longer count towards the resident 4 permit maximum. And for the final refinement, it relates to the Cannery Row permit area. It's specific to the Cannery Row permit area. Under the adopted framework, available parking spaces on private property, such as garages and driveways, counted against the 4 permit limit for the address. During rollout, staff identified that accounting for those spaces added complexity and was difficult to apply consistently. Staff is recommending that parking spaces on private property are no longer considered part of the RPP program eligibility. All right, overall, the recommended refinements are intended to simplify the rollout of the updated program while maintaining the overall framework previously adopted by council. During rollout, staff received both support for the program and concerns related to different parts of the updated framework. The core purpose of the RPP program remains the same: helping manage limited on-street parking in neighborhoods with parking impacts from outside demand. At the same time, parking needs and resident views can vary across the community, and no parking management system will work perfectly for every situation. However, the purpose of the program remains straightforward: helping neighborhoods manage parking demand where available curb space is limited. With that said, staff has been working on this program update for over 5 years. It is complicated. It does involve a lot of changes, but the goal has always been to have a program that serves the city well. I want to close by saying this is not the last time we will be talking about parking, as it is always evolving and adapting. And so with that, I'll close, and Lee and I are available for any questions you may have.
Awesome. Thank you. Questions, please.
Yes.
So this relieves the concerns of the folks that live on Van Buren, that they're going to go back to the way it was, and they're going to have their parking program.
Meaning that it would remove the requalification and the new program would move forward, correct?
Right. So, okay. So, and, you know, under the housing element 1J, we can now go R1 to R6. When that happens, I mean, when we have increased densification, we can look at the landlord tenant limit of 4. If that gets outdated, we can just adjust it then.
Sure, we can review that.
Yeah. And it, do you think this is gonna, in Cannery Row, it's includes no expansion of the eligibility, and are you hearing that's gonna meet the residents' needs around Cannery Row, or should we be expanding it to the residents to have more parking?
So Cannery Row is a unique area in the fact that it is a commercial district. It is competing with businesses, visitors, and residents. So the programs there, what we did is we rolled every address over that was already in the established program. So that's what's meant by not expanding that, is keeping those properties that were in the new program. And then it wouldn't be our recommendation to expand to more addresses just because it is more of a commercial district and there is off-street parking. So like similar to someone living downtown or in an urban environment where the parking isn't necessarily on street, it is off-street in those situations.
And according to what you're hearing, the feedback you're getting, that will meet the needs of those residents. I'm not personally real familiar with the stressors they're under. It's not my district, but I guess I should ask, do you think it's going to be meeting your residents' needs?
What we found out during the time that we had the residents to gather and have an open session when they could come, we didn't find that to be an issue. The issue was more of the requirement where the eligibility was tied to the individual and not the person. And so that was already resolved where that requirement was removed.
Okay.
So
Great.
because of that, it helps because as new renters come in, they still can be able to get parking. And that was the main thing there.
Great. That reassures me.
Correct. Yeah.
So everything I've heard from my constituents has been met, especially the ones along Madison. I have a few on Madison near Van Buren.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions? Please.
So quick questions. I have two. So for the guest passes, I know that it's been refined to the first 25 are free and the additional passes, that's up to $25 at $25 per set. And then you have up to 100 annually. So that makes sense from a residential point of view if you're talking about single family. But if you're talking about renters, if you have renters, because you have a lot of people because of the price of housing, that you may have 5 renters in individual renters, not family. And so for 5 individual renters that are in a home there, and you're talking about 25, how would that actually pan out? Because then if you have 25 that are free and you have 5 renters, immediately you're just talking about 5 guest passes that they're getting for that year without going into paying additional. Or is there anything that is to resolve anything that would help with the renters having to have more passes, or how that would be? And I know that would be cumbersome for that to be tracked, but I was just curious as to whether that was taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you. So that one would, each of the residents would be eligible for the pass for themselves, but the household would be eligible for the 100 guest passes. So that would be shared by the address.
Right.
So the first 25 would be free, and then they can get up to 100 for the year.
So basically, it would still end up being like really 5 individual, because where they're not family, they're just renting a room in the house. It would basically just be 5 per year that would be free for them if you had 5 people that were in the house that were renting.
Am I tracking that one right?
I think I turned this on. Yes, what you're saying is correct. Right now, or the previous program, you only got 2 guest passes for a household, irregardless of how many people or different people live there. And it was up to the people who live there to figure out how to divide them up. So it would be a similar where it would be within the household. They would need to decide how to divide them up.
Okay. And the other one, dealing with I know you have an opt-out process, but and that happens every 3 years. Like you can't do a reapplication until 3 years if you opt out. But how about if someone, what would that be as far as reviewing if someone is already in the program, but they want to be able to get out? So if you have different people that come into the neighborhood and the people that were there before previously were a part of the residential parking permit program, but then a lot of the people that their house is sold or however it looks, and they come in, they really don't want to be a part of it, they would have to wait for that 3 years and then be able to try to get out? Or is there a time limit process for being able to actually get out of the program if you're already in it and you're buying into it?
Great. The opt-out process is where we're asking that 70% of the residents would come together saying they no longer want the program on their street. And if the program is removed, then it would be a 3-year waiting period before the program could be re-implemented. If a new program is implemented, we ask that the program remain in their active for a year before it can ask to be removed.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, a year. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Ed?
Yeah, I don't want to duplicate what was already answered about a number of residents. So if you have a 2-bedroom apartment and you have 4 people living in it, those 4 people can contact you and all be registered for their vehicles for 4 people.
Correct.
That are residents.
Correct.
And I think the question that Dr. Barber had was more about the guests. So I just want to clarify that the number of residents to the apartment, if they have proof of their residency, they're able to get
Correct.
Registered. Your registration is still going to be by vehicle license. Okay?
Correct.
The biggest thing I heard is some folks don't have a computer, don't want to use a computer, don't have an iPhone, use a text phone or have a flip phone, and they have no way to manipulate the form. Can a resident go to your office and you assist if they bring you proof of registration, proof of residency, and you'll help fulfill that number put into your system?
Absolutely. Our in-person office support does not go away. The online system just increases access and allows residents to manage their own account, but our in-person support does not go away.
Good. Just want to make sure the public hears that.
Yeah,
The other thing is if we have a current, and we'll use the Van Buren area, and if someone vacates an apartment and there's a new resident who comes in, that is a current program. All they have to do is work with their property manager who tells them, here's where the parking office is, here's the link, go onto it, register their new vehicle, and they then are covered under that current program.
Correct. Yes, they would be eligible. Yes.
Okay. And so as part of an outreach, would it be possible that we update this new information with some communications with our well-known top 25 property managers, where they would then be able to resolve the mystique of what we were going to do, but now what we are doing, so we can bridge the gap on the education piece?
Yeah,
so would that be possible that you could communicate with any and every property manager you could find, and they would then be able to pass on to their new tenants what the rules of the parking program are?
That's a great recommendation. Yes.
Okay, great. Mayor, that's all I had.
Quick question, what privilege does a guest parking permit give me?
So if somebody's using a guest pass, it's good for 24 hours.
Got it. Thank you.
Alrighty. With that, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment. Thank you for the presentation. For folks on Zoom, you can reuse the raise hand function. I see there's already a line formed. Anybody else want to join in the chamber? All right, so we'll cut it off to the 5, and then we'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 1 online. I'm going to leave it to 2 minutes, please.
Hi, my name is Karen O'Neill. I live in the 600 block of Van Buren, and I'm getting a lot of emails from city and so forth where this program is on, it's not quite on, it's kind of in between. So one of the issues that we have that's very special, it's a short block at 600 Van Buren. It goes from Madison. It's a dead-end street. And those 2 parking lanes, one of them is a 1-hour, the other is a 72-hour. It encompasses and covers 5 apartment buildings, approximately 12 homes, and a new build happening at the end. Consequently, we have numbers of FedEx, UPS, Amazon deliveries. We have for the 699 building, which is low-income disabled people. We have Meals on Wheels, VNA. We have medical traffic. We have the fire department. for emergency services, and they're there probably, I would say roughly 4 or 5 times per month. So if the 1-hour signs are removed based on this new program, we're going to have a problem on that street. During the day are all the deliveries. But additionally, across the street where it is the 72 hours, we do have city employees that park there all day. We have one Trader Joe employee that parks there all day. Now, that's because this is open and free to them to do. When those signs come down, we are going to have no parking on that street. Madison is parking only on the downside of the hill, and they can't double their trucks and so forth along there, so they come and they park on Van Buren. So I want all of you to consider that when you're talking about taking out the 1-hour parking signs. Same thing applies to Madison going up the hill. And that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Okay.
So it's often said that people only come to council for parking tickets and potholes. So, hello. Haven't done this since high school. So, my contention today is regarding the requalification part of the RPP. I live on Watson Street, which is a few blocks up from Van Buren. The way I see it is it's kind of like a little exponential leveling off curve that the Van Buren is at that like exponential part of the slope, but each block you go up incrementally, there's fewer people, fewer tourists that are willing to park there. So, for example, the block up from me, Monroe, no parking permit. Other side of Watson Street, cross Franklin, no parking permit. The side street on Franklin south of me, no parking permit. Up from me, no parking permit. So I think I'm not opposed to the RPP at all. No argument whatsoever. It's good government to kind of have that financial sustainability. But I also think it's a good idea to see if these permit zones are even necessary. As we said before, you know, this program was established in 1985. 40 years have gone by. Monterey's changed, Miss is changing. So I don't think it's a bad idea to kind of refresh ourselves to find out, is this program even necessary? The business case for it would be the fewer neighborhoods that opt into this program, that want to be a part of the new parking program. The fewer that there are, the lower administrative cost, the lower bandwidth that the parking department has to consume themselves with. Yield my time.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I have been a voting resident of Monterey since 1993 with a brief hiatus into Pacific Grove for about 8 years. And I've recently become a resident in one of the restricted parking areas. My first response is that I think the citizens should have been offered a third choice in this program, which is to keep the system as it is. Yes, it is old. Old does not mean outdated. It is very simple. It's low maintenance. It doesn't need to be reprogrammed. It's never going to be hacked. And management, after 40 years, they should have it down fairly well. I do have issue with the fact that we were notified that 51% of the residents in our area would need to register with the program. Oh, that's what that is. I don't go to these meetings much. In order for the program to be implemented. And then the fear of fury was put into us by saying, if you don't qualify, all the signs are going to be taken down. Of course, the city would be shooting themselves in the foot by doing that, because those restricted parking signs, especially up the hill from Lighthouse, herd visitors and potential residential shoppers alike into the paid parking areas of the metered parking and the parking garages. So if you take that away, what's to keep them from parking in our neighborhood and foregoing the metered parking and garages? Wouldn't make sense. This new program, I know it's modern, and I have nothing against modern, I love it, but modern does not necessarily mean better. And the residents, at least in my parking area, have expressed that they do not want any change at all. Sometimes that's not a bad thing. Change is good. But, oh, is that it?
That's it. Yep.
Goes by fast. Thank you for
Yes.
listening.
Thank you for your public comment.
Good afternoon, Mayor Williamson and council members. I'm here today to speak on behalf of my neighbors who live on the 600 block of Larkin Street. This is just up the street at the stop sign on Madison and heads south for 1 block, dead-ending into the main entrance of Monterey High School. In November 2024, residents submitted a completed petition for residential permit parking. This block has parking problems, not only from the students at the school during the day and evening, but some of the homes do not even have driveways. Residents were told in February 2025 that the parking department was targeting approval at the March City Council meeting. This was delayed to April and has been on indefinite hold for over a year now. Consequently, this block has no signage. I hope council will requalify all previously approved residential parking blocks. Currently, over half of the 101 blocks in the program have not reached the requalification level of participation set by parking. However, according to Parking, with their delays to install signage on the 600 block of Larkin, this block will be the only block forced to resurvey residents to requalify and participate. In discussions on the city's budget, it appears that the parking department is currently profitable, taking in roughly $3 million above their annual expenses. Sadly, this money does not appear to be transferable to the city general fund to help with the structural deficit. Previously, residential parking permits were free, now a yearly fee of $25. Although I was unable to determine the total number of residences participating in the program, New Monterey and Old Town account for 1,250. If parking fees received from those 1,250 residents, it would equal $31,000, equivalent to just 1% of the parking department's profits. Parking could absorb the modest cost for this city program and help residents cope with the increased parking pressure in their residential neighborhoods. Please simplify the residential parking program for all qualified residents, including the 600 block of Larkin, and help residents find parking on the streets near their homes. Thank you.
Wow, that was impeccable.
On time.
Correct to follow. Hi, my name's Lillian Chu, and I live on the 300 block of Watson Street. So I voted no by not registering, and I was disappointed with the update to say that now my vote doesn't count and there's a new threshold. So I actually have been engaged with the parking department since I realized that I was being swept into the program I voted no for. And just for, according to the statistics, my block actually has like 23% that registered. So I'm not sure the people on my block actually want it. I've spoken to one of my neighbors next door who doesn't want the program, but only because he wants the old program, which I understand is not necessarily an option. One guy who really likes it, another person who's busy. So you've got a mix of a no, I'm busy, and yes on my block. So I understand that a lot of people feel like, oh, well, we petitioned earlier, but I also believe that this program is different enough from the original program that the 70% threshold is a little bit unfair. And my main concerns, with with the program, a lot of them actually have been addressed by talking to the parking department and all the work they've done. So I like a shout out to Lee Bradley because she's been super awesome. And actually one of the things I was going to talk about was the calendar day versus 24-hour day, but it sounds like they changed it to 24-hour day, so that's not an issue anymore. But the other main issue that I have is I'm a little bit concerned about this whole what I would call a surveillance state feeling thing, because now you have an automated system that is sending queries back to say if this license plate is valid. And while I understand, once again, a lot of details from Lee about the 90-day limit on data holds, I don't actually know what data is sitting there for 90 days. So for example, if every time, the parking tenant comes by and it says this license plate at this time, at this location is here, and that query has to get sent back to say, okay, that license is good, continue. how long does that specific information get held? And so one of my, and I'm still no vote, but I appreciate all the work, but I would want that information to be resolved before I'd be okay with it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we had one on Zoom.
Lori, you can go ahead.
Good evening. Okay, first of all, I appreciate the staff that brought this item back after the concern and confusion for the original rollout and implementation. I think it's clear that many of those earlier concerns were valid and that the program's kinks are being worked out, so that's good. However, I'm going to beat this drum again. I'm concerned about sort of the fairness and consistency across neighborhoods and what the city's plan is for neighborhoods that have been waiting for years for parking management discussions of their own. And one of those is the one I live in, a high-density Del Monte Beach neighborhood, a small 3-block beach neighborhood that experiences significant parking impacts year-round, not only from visitors, tourism. We have oversized commercial surf business vehicles that work out of their neighborhood. They're stored on public streets, RVs, boats, excessive vehicle storage, and nighttime activity along Tide Avenue, even though there's no parking's prohibited after sunset. So for actual residents, parking's becoming more difficult. Google Maps frequently drops visitors here now into the neighborhood instead of toward the designated beach and downtown parking garage areas. And importantly, because Monterey still doesn't have a local certified local coastal program, a plan with the California Coastal Commission, the Del Monte Beach neighborhood has effectively been excluded from participating in these residential parking permit discussions or programs. So residents in my neighborhood have now waited for more than a decade for the ability to be able to have these discussions. I contacted the parking division to talk about if we could have that talk, and they said we can't even have discussions with your neighborhood until 2027. So I'd really like to know a couple things. Where is the LCP certification process, and where might we be able to have those discussions for this neighborhood in the future?
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation. Who'd like to start us off?
Well, these new proposals, I think, meet 80 to 90% of the complaints that I heard. So I'm real happy with that. It would be great if somehow Larkin could get an opt-in or something, you know, if Marta could talk with Christy and fix that. The other, I think we're real close. So I'm for it. I'm hearing it's not exactly perfect, and maybe we can continue to work on it, but it's a huge improvement. And someday, when we have a little bit more time, I'd like to talk about if Christy, as the expert, the subject matter expert, do you think there was a way we could have ended up here without all the pain to the residents? I mean, I can't, we did something wrong, but I can't find what it was. I heard Ms. Dixon's presentation, and I can remember thinking, there's a really smart lady. I know you guys worked forever and ever. I know we received it. I know I now chide myself. I had very few questions because this doesn't really, except for Madison, doesn't hit my community that much. But I wonder if someday we can talk about did we miss the boat, or was it inevitable that those 5 years were complicated and we had to put our residents through this, or not? But I think it's great improvement.
Is that a motion?
I gladly would make a motion. I have to find it though. Okay, make a motion to amend and restate per staff recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion?
Yeah, just
Please.
I really appreciate what staff at parking has done, because there's phase one, and it was the shock, and I think you addressed it, Chrissy, the shock and awe. And then we got attention, and a lot of folks are paying attention now to the adaptation and the flexibility to really get us to a place where I think we can live with this. There's always going to be folks that really want a third option, a fourth option, but, you know, we've got to manage, what was it, 1,200?
2,000.
What was the number of parking spots we thought we had in this parking program?
Well, there's, for the parking division, it manages about 3,000 on-street spaces. Not all of those are in residential
Right.
areas, though.
But the residential number of parking, I mean, I don't know if there is a number that we know of how many available parking spots there are in each of these approved programs. But the other part is I heard from a few people that have those sort of weird residential, like an ADA, with an address that is not in our system. So if someone is giving you the registration or the license plate, you're going off of proof of residency based on a PG&E bill, a CalAmp bill, a lease agreement, something.
Correct.
I would suspect that there will be some adjustment on those addresses, so we get to, it's the 454, you know, A1 or B2, but that might not be in our geo system. Do you have the ability to have IT put an address in as you need it? So I heard a case of somebody said, I live here, here's my proof, but I can't register it because it's not in your system. So that's just one case I heard. Is that a possibility that you're able to get them registered even though they might have one of those obscure addresses?
Yes, we have reached out to planning department. They'll help us identify those addresses, and we absolutely add them if they're in the zone.
Yeah, okay, good. And as we're talking about a geo file, and so you just need to update it and put a new address in.
Correct.
Yeah, good. Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Just want to say thank you for the hard work, and also the democratic process worked in this case where you did outreach. We heard from folks, you heard from folks. As difficult as it is, having to touch something 17 times to get to a final is one of the things that I treasure most about this community, is the ability to finally figure it out, be patient, keep figuring it out. And I think we have a program that's a much more refined and much more welcoming program that we can move forward. So I agree with the motion, and I think you did good. You and your staff have done great, and you've had to endure a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. I'll just end with, I agree with Councilmember Rash's comments. It fulfills a large part of what the concerns were. I hear there's still some concerns out there. And I think what I would say is sometimes it's not this often that we look at the parking program. So of course there's like not an ability for us to create a process where we grease our wheels, because when's the next time this is going to happen? Probably none of us are going to be here. So somebody's new is going to have to go through that experience for the first time. So there is some growing pains to that experience. And I appreciate the community working with the city and staff being responsive to the residents and expressing their concerns. And hopefully we can try to do some additional tweaks if they're needed. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we're going to go ahead and go to public comment on closed session agenda items. There's 2 items on the agenda. Closed session item 16 is conference with legal counsel regarding a case with Frank Russo, Workers' Compensation Appeals Board case. And then 17 is conference with legal counsel regarding Stronghold Engineering, Inc. versus City of Monterey. Open it up for public comment. For those on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on closed session agenda items? If you could just clearly raise your hand, because there's a lot of people moving around right now. All right, I'm not seeing any in the chamber, so I'm going to cut it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, no public comment. I'm going to ask to give us an additional 15, 20-ish minutes before we start the evening session, because we're behind. We haven't even got into our closed session yet. So I'm going to ask everybody to quickly transition out of the chamber so that we can go into closed session, and we'll be back here around 1:15. Thank you. Yeah.
So is your fairgrounds area happy?
Yes, please, everybody,
With the
everybody
parking?
please vacate the chambers.
Yeah, because
today's council meeting. It is May 19th, 2026. Going to go ahead and reconvene here, and I'm going to pass it to Councilmember Smith to kick us off with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
All right, and with that, we will do continued general public comment. So this is for items that are not on today's agenda, non-agendized items. And just to remind everybody, the process in order to speak during public comment, we identify the public speakers at the beginning of the public comment period. And then once those speakers are identified, we close it off, and then only those people will be able to speak. So if you want to speak later, we won't be able to allow that. You have to identify yourself at the beginning of the public comment period. So I'll start with folks on Zoom. You can navigate your way to the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak for non-agendized items? We have 2 takers. Feel free to stand up to the left of the podium, or you can remain seated either way. Anybody else in the chamber? All right, I'll cut it off to the 2. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's 1 on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and start in the chamber. Sir, come on up, please. Yes, sir.
Well, originally on the agenda, what I had saw was the staffing level report for the city council. So my comments are related to the city staffing level.
I apologize. If it's related to an item that's on today's agenda, this isn't the time to speak about it.
I checked the agenda. It looks like it's been changed and there is no staffing level report today.
There was a discussion earlier in the afternoon session regarding our vacancies in the position.
Okay.
So that was on the agenda in the afternoon session.
Well, when I originally looked, it was scheduled for 7 o'clock.
Yeah, it's on the agenda for the 4 o'clock session.
So I can't speak about it.
Unfortunately not, because we would have to consider it under that item. And in fact, we've already had that, unfortunately. So I apologize. If you would like, maybe as an alternative, you can email the council your comments so that we can read those.
So to who, which representative?
If you want to connect with Nat here, he can get you connected with that. All right. Yeah, please comment up.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, staff. Well, I wasn't expecting to speak so quick, but kind of, once again, unresolved issues, just like the guy that complained about his sidewalk not getting fixed, and it took him about more than a few times. I speak as a business owner, as a person that feels it's not fair to do business in the city of Monterey, where an association, a management team, a group of people created the restrictions that allowed my business to be affected in a way that's been very, my established business has just practically failed over the fact that based upon people's opinions and having business, the original comment that I spoke for the first time was when the business association said I did not, as a business owner, a sidewalk vendor, belong in an area that now is restricted down to 320 square feet. Promised before over a year ago was enough spaces, I believe up to 15 spaces for vendors. I've tried to go to planning department, I've tried to access and be allowed as ADA certified. There's, I don't want to bring in accommodations because that's on the next, that's another item, but as part of the ADA, I feel like the street vendors should have a space, and there's even a tree area where originally in the original blueprint of the area where they mapped out, I feel like there could be an ADA space under the tree to make it a little bit more comfortable than being a more relaxed area. And once again, the city removed so many restrictions. Like I received a ticket when the guy gave the ticket he said it was for being within 25 feet of another vendor. However, when I go to the appeals hearing, in the appeals hearing, I argue the fact that there's a number missing in the ticket. And in that ticket, I proved in that meeting that the person who wrote the ticket, he admitted he made a mistake on the ticket. And sitting right there, during that meeting, I had to stand. They didn't provide a place for me to sit down. But yet I proved my ticket was incorrect. They said it incorrect, and then the appeals hearing person, because once again, the seat works like a monarchy. And having that person without any reference other than from the city manager, city attorney saying, it's okay, it's acceptable, when really it was unacceptable. And I'd like the city to look into looking into street vending and helping.
Thank you. All right, and we'll go to our caller on Zoom.
Yes, this is our telephone caller. You can go ahead.
Good evening. This is Nina Beatty. First, I'd like to note and protest that once again the city held an unnoticed public meeting. This time it was May 13th on a forest plan. It was not on iSearch. There was no legal notice in the Herald. I didn't see an ad in the Weekly. I understand it wasn't even posted on Nextdoor and that the council may not have been initially notified. City administration has done this on other issues, including ADA. Please stop this practice by long-term staff, Mr. Hall. This lack of transparency and special mailing lists for events has to stop. Secondly, AT&T has been pressuring legislators, the CPUC, and the FCC to get rid of copper line landlines and AT&T's Kohler status. Kohler means carrier of last resort. AT&T cannot discriminate currently and must provide telephone service to everyone. But AT&T doesn't want that obligation any longer. It also wants to eliminate landlines despite opposition by public officials. CPUC has a technology-neutral policy on phone service right now and claims there are equivalent alternatives despite major differences. Voice over Internet Protocol, or VoIP, and wireless require batteries to function. They are not functionally equivalent or appropriate replacement to copper line landlines. In a power outage or disaster, essential phone service must work 24/7 for 911 and emergency access, which they cannot. In contrast, landlines are resilient and dependable in most emergencies and extended power outages. Landlines are powered from a central office. When you pick up the phone, there's a dial tone, but with VoIP and wireless, when the batteries run out, you have no service. Let me repeat, when batteries run out, you have no way of dialing out and no one can reach you. That means loved ones, doctors, 911, children for evacuation notices, etc. Landlines also provide pinpoint location information to emergency responders to reach you when every second counts. The voice quality is superior and they don't drop calls. In addition, landlines provide internet service. Landlines are superior. Rural or urban areas, landlines provide reliable service and without the microwave radiation exposure. What AT&T wants endangers the public and discriminates against the public. In rulemaking 24-06-012, please advocate for the public and tell the CPUC to keep Kohler, keep landlines, and not cave to AT&T. Thank you.
Okay, with that, bring it back to the council and pass it to, I believe, Chrissy for report out of closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item was conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pertaining to a workers' compensation matter. On a unanimous roll call vote, confidential direction was given to legal counsel. The second item was conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pertaining to the Stronghold Engineering versus the City of Monterey matter. On a unanimous roll call vote, the council authorized filing an appeal.
Awesome. Thank you, Chrissy. And with that, we'll go into our presentation item for the evening. Item 18 is to recognize May 2026 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And I will pass it to Dante, who will then pass it to somebody else. I won't give it away for you. I won't do your job. I'll give it to you to do.
Thank you, Mayor. Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have made significant contributions not only to our city, but our region and our country. And so this is a proclamation on the Heritage Months to celebrate those contributions. Nat, our Assistant City Manager, will provide the presentation on this item.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hall. Just a very brief presentation. I know we've shared some of this information with council before, but reiterating Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and specific relevance to the city of Monterey and Monterey's history. As many of you have heard, actually last week we had a presentation from Hopkins Marine Station. The largest Chinese settlement in the United States in the 1860s was at Point Ohlone, just outside of Monterey in Pacific Grove. And we have a lot of Asian American history that goes back to the 1800s, 1850s. A lot of it tied to the canneries, the first Japanese settlement established in 1869. And the first cannery on Cannery Row was established by a Japanese American, Oto Saburo Noda, in 1902. And the Japanese women and others were part of the canneries at not only on Cannery Row, but also as part of the wharf in the 1930s as well. And so by 1920, there were 9 Japanese abalone companies operating from the wharf. There were more Japanese-owned businesses on the wharf than any other group on the wharf. And here are some photos that Brian Edwards collected, and he actually wrote a recent blog for C Monterey about the history of the Japanese in Monterey specifically. This is the baseball team, the Monterey Minatos in 1924 that often played at Jack's Ball Field, which was right across from the Japanese American Civic League Hall, JACL Hall, which just celebrated this month 100 years here in the city of Monterey, which is pretty astounding. The oldest Japanese American Civic League Hall in the United States of America. Pretty interesting. So I know we've shared this before, so just so interesting to see the Monterey's, what's known as Japantown or Nihon Mashi, that was on Adams Street, Washington Street, a lot of Japanese businesses from churches to laundry shops, barber shops. It was a true Japantown here in our city. And of course, a lot of that changed after World War II and the internment of Japanese. They were certainly welcomed back, and it was actually pretty rare after World War II and after the internments ended by the U.S. government. The Japanese Americans were welcomed back by Montereyans and saying, we want to welcome you back, and where that wasn't the case necessarily in a lot of communities in the U.S., but was the case here. John Steinbeck and Ed Ricketts actually put in a newspaper ad welcoming them back, along with 300 other Monterey residents who did the same. This is a photo going back to the Monterey Peninsula chapter of the JACL Hall, which still sits at 424 Adams Street today. And we were part of, with Brian and our museums team and others, part of the events celebrating the 100th year anniversary of the JACL Hall earlier this month. This is in 1908, the photo of the Japanese Association members here in our city. And then other communities, of course, of interest within the AAPI group. Filipino community has a strong presence here with Filipino Hall, just right on Pearl Street, just 1 block from the tennis center. So this is actually one of the floats from the July 4th parade from the Filipino community of Monterey Peninsula. Those are pretty amazing floats back then. So, and you can tell the influence too on a variety of communities. DLI, which has been part of our community for many, many years. The Defense Language Institute, you can see over the years, this just gives you a history of between 1963 and 2018, all the various Asian languages that have been taught at DLI, and then the influence on culture here in the city. Here's a photo of Larry Oda. He is a former past president of the JACL nationwide and lives right here in Monterey and is active with the Japanese American Civic League. He does tours at the exhibit museum that they actually have on Adams Street at the hall. And a couple years ago, he helped host Japanese mayors from a variety of towns and villages when they visited our community, and we spent the day with them and enjoyed sharing stories about our resiliency, what we do to address earthquakes and disasters as our friends in Japan experienced the same thing. So that's an overview, and happy to answer any questions you have.
Awesome. Opening up to the council. Questions, comments? I'll just say I was honored to be able to join Jackal at their 100th anniversary event. And it was great to be able to celebrate that with them and learn more about their history. And I think just to add a little bit of flavor to your presentation, Nat, I think one of the things that came from that is this kind of enduring desire to maintain that culture and history, so much so that there's a lot of programs integrated at Middlebury Institute. It also led to the formation of the sister city relationship with Nanao, Japan. And I believe it was 2 years ago now, they, our sister city in Japan they were in the center of an earthquake and are still recovering from that. And so we developed a partnership with the Community Foundation and created a fund that helps support some relief efforts for them, which is what sister city relationships are all about. And so I'm honored that the city of Monterey is continuing to celebrate that community, and I also think it's an opportunity for us to make sure that we're looking at this through a lens of the work that still needs to be done. So thank you, Nat, for that presentation. And with that, I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, I'll close it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one on Zoom. We'll go ahead and take that caller.
Esther, you can go ahead and speak.
Good evening, everybody. Nice presentation, Nat. I'm just curious as to how these national month, I don't even know what to call them because there seems like every month has 10 or 15 different things that they're national. So just to bring that point across, May is also Older Americans Month, National Military Appreciation Month, Mental Health Awareness Month, Clean Air Month, Bike Month, Golf Month, Haitian Heritage American, Jewish American Heritage Month. So I understand the historical connection that's being drawn here between this particular segment that's been chosen out of all of these months' honorable topics. And I know we've done previous ones for Black History Month and we've done Hispanic Heritage, but I'm just curious what criteria has to be met for the council to take on a resolution like this, because in particular, the Jewish American Heritage Month, while we have all this anti-Semitism dramatically increasing globally, I just want to understand how it is that the choices are made to honor these groups in general. That's it. Thanks.
All right. And with that, we'll bring it back to the council. Happy to connect with you more offline, Esther, as it relates to inclusion of other groups. I don't think there's much of a criteria. I think pretty much how this was established was the desire to focus on the diverse communities that exist within our communities, particularly those that are underserved and deal with historic discrimination. So happy to connect more offline. There was one other point that I wanted to make that I didn't reference earlier, which is almost a little bit of a public service announcement if you haven't already heard. But speaking of the continuation of the work, I'm sure everybody is aware that Middlebury was planning on closing, but this past week there news came out that there's contract discussions going on with Soka University of America down in Viejo. So it seems pretty optimistic for things to be able to transition there. Not all the programs are transitioning, so what that footprint looks like on campus is still to be determined, but the fact is that we're going to be able to maintain and endure some of that cultural references associated with the institution. So excited for that to occur as well. All right. Oh, and with that, there is a proclamation that we have, and I'm going to ask staff to see if we can get this presented to Jackal so that we can rightfully appreciate the work that they're doing in our community to celebrate the Asian American community. All right.
And thanks to Brian for the great pictures.
Yes,
They were
absolutely. Absolutely. No, thank you for that. All right, with that, we'll move on to our public hearing items. Item 19 on the agenda is to adopt the Planning Commission recommendation to adopt a first reading of ordinance to prohibit roosters. And with that, I'll pass it to Dante for staff presentation.
Great, and I'm going to pass it to our planning manager, Levi Hill, but you know, this is an ordinance that staff is proposing to explicitly prohibit roosters within the city. And so, like the mayor said, it was a planning commission recommendation, and it's here for city council to consider adopting the first reading of an ordinance. So I'll turn it over to Levi.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As the City Manager mentioned, the item before you is a amendment to the Monterey City Code, both Chapter 6 and 38, specifically dealing with the regulations for roosters. And a little bit of background on this item. Between 2020 and 2026, the city did receive approximately 10 complaints pertaining to the keeping of roosters. And as I mentioned earlier, there's two different sections of the city code that regulate chickens, the keeping of chickens generally, and neither make any distinction between the terms roosters, hens, or chickens. So the purpose of this amendment is to provide that clarity and add that language that would clarify and essentially have the effect of prohibiting roosters. So as mentioned, everything right now just references chickens in the code, and the proposed changes, and as an example here, the change in Chapter 38 would replace that term chickens, that's very general, and replace it with the more distinct term hens, providing that clarity. And with that, city staff is recommending approval of an amendment and recommends that the city council hold the public hearing and adopt the first reading to prohibit roosters.
Appreciate the presentation. Any questions?
There was one question from a member of the public about the 100 feet setback for the chickens, for the hens, I should say, I guess. Has it always been 100 feet?
That's correct. So there's
Okay.
no changes proposed in the current ordinance that deal with the actual regulations specifically dealing with pens or any type of keeping. It's just adding that clarifying language for the term hens rather than chickens.
Okay. So you'd need a rather big piece of property if you were
That's
gonna have
the idea.
chickens.
That's correct.
Any other questions? All right.
Nope.
Thank you for the
course.
presentation. We'll go ahead and do a public comment. Anybody on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. For those in the chamber, if you wouldn't mind coming up, sitting to the left of the podium. See, there's two takers already. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Okay, so we'll go ahead and cut it off to the two. And then I will do are all three of you going to speak? Okay, so we'll cut it off to three, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's one on Zoom. I have a clear indication. I have a pretty solid indication of where this is going. So I'm going to keep the comments brief because I think it's going to be supported by the council. I'm making an assumption here, but I'm going to keep it at 2 minutes. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Hello, Mayor and council members. I just want to say I'm in favor of the rooster ban as written. Thank you to Congressmember Garcia, Mayor Williamson, the whole council, city planning, all the administrators, and everyone involved in trying to coordinate and get this added to the agenda. Thank you. I know it takes a village. I just have a couple questions. If it passes, how will it be enforced? And will there be any outreach to animal feed stores to let them know that roosters are not permitted in Monterey? And how it will be enforced? Will they be using any notices or fines or confiscations? I can't say that word. Or will it be confiscated? So I just had questions about that. And then the other thing was the 100 feet. Is that only for, because I know is in the written portion, it talked about 4 hens or fowl, rabbits and so on, permitted fowls are fine. I think they're an accepted accessory to a home. But the question was, for the 100 feet, is that only for the 5 or more? So I wanted to understand, even if you have 4 or fewer acceptable rabbits, does that need to be 100 feet? Thank you.
I agree with the previous speaker, and I believe that we need to have a clearer and more responsible law involved in this. And I'm hoping that the public will take care of the enforcement.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you, council members. My name is Christopher. I'm a Monterey resident. I am in favor of the rooster ban. I would like to see further clarification on education and enforcement for the ordinance. I also am curious about the 100 feet limit. I used to live in a different city, and it was Pasadena, and at the time we were interested in raising hens. That was not allowed by city code at the time. So my family and others got together and proposed a new ordinance based on a model ordinance. That ordinance allowed specifically for hens, not roosters, crowing roosters. The setback in that case was 35 feet from neighboring dwellings. And so I just wanted to reiterate, I'm in favor of the rooster ban and the clarification for hens. And that I'm glad that this ordinance would still allow the keeping of chickens and hens at home. Nothing like those fresh eggs. Thank you very much.
With that, we'll go to our public commentary on Zoom.
Esther, you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just want to make a comment as president of the Laguna Grande neighborhood. I personally am not affected by this, but completely understand the rationale and why it's needed. Thank you to staff for fast tracking this. Frankly, I really don't recall anything being done this quickly before when a neighborhood is or something resident related needed to be addressed. I have had a number of residents come to me as president about this, so I'm sure they're all going to be happy to see that this is going to go through. So thank you for getting to this as quickly as you have.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment, and I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve staff recommendation. Second. Any other discussion on this item? All those in, oh, I apologize. I apologize. I'm running too quickly here.
Well, what I'm hearing.
Oh, there were some questions.
Yes.
Yes.
What I'm hearing is an interest on the part of the public, I think, and I got some feedback also that reducing the 100 feet setback to 35 or 40 was suggested. Is there any interest in that from the council? Or I would ask staff, is there any reason to not reduce that you came upon in your research?
So that was not really analyzed as a part of this amendment. This amendment was really geared towards just applying that distinction between hens and roosters. So staff has not analyzed any changes to the setbacks that are in the code today.
There were some questions too, and I apologize because I took note of them and glazed over. Enforcement was a question, animal feed stores, and then there was the 10 feet, was it the 100 feet for 5 or more, or so those are the 3 questions that I captured.
So I'll start with your last question there. The 100 feet applies to all, so anything that's more than 5 or more would require a use permit, and that use permit would set forth the regulations for those chickens that exceed that 4 limit. As far as enforcement, we would be utilizing our city's code enforcement division to ensure that that's properly enforced, primarily on a complaint basis, as most things in the city are. And we have not really explored education and outreach beyond what's already
Perfect. Thank you for answering those questions.
Can I just clarify? So if you had 3 chickens, is there a setback?
There is. Yes, so the 40 feet from the dwelling on the property and 100 feet from the property line or places used for human habitat.
Even if you had under the 5?
Correct.
All right.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. Just wanted to make a comment. I'm personally also not impacted by roosters on my block, but I really appreciated residents who are impacted came together. Some of them spoke this evening, came together, coordinated, organized, did their due diligence and got signatures and all that. So seeing the support that they garnered, I'm very happy to support them in their action. And here we are tonight. So thank you for doing that.
All right. Oh, please.
Just one quick clarification, because there's so much conversation going on and I just had a chance to reread this. So the use permit and the 40 feet from a dwelling and the 100 feet from other habitation, the setbacks require more than 4. So if you have more than 4, then those regulations kick in. Less than 4, I don't know, we'd have to read through the code to see if there's some other regulation, but.
Well, pretty much all we're doing today is changing it so it's chickens to hens, and that clarifies, so it removes roosters. So I'm going to go ahead and call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Yes. Confetti falls from the sky. All right, with that, we're going to move to item 20, adopt the Planning Commission recommendation to adopt a first reading of ordinance to clarify the city's reasonable accommodation regulations. With that, I'll pass it to Dante for staff introduction.
And I'll turn it over to Director Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hall. This afternoon or evening, we'll be considering an amendment to our zoning code regarding a concept called reasonable accommodations. And that's really born in state law. State law requires that cities adopt regulations allowing flexibility for persons with disabilities to zoning regulations so they can have equal access to housing. And in fact, our existing code has a procedure for reasonable accommodations. We receive on average about 1 to 2 applications a year. Typical applications can include an ADA ramp into a house, maybe a lift. They may not meet setback requirements, locational requirements. And so our existing code has an administrative process to provide flexibility. And I don't think you've ever received a complaint on this. This is just something that happens in our regular business. What occurred is with the housing element adoption, cities are required to adopt programs for fair housing, and all our code is sort of scrutinized. And one of the issues that was brought up is that we could actually improve our regulations for this area. And there were 2 points made in the housing element. The first is that there was not a clear appeal process for disagreements about reasonable accommodations. And so we spoke earlier tonight, or you had a discussion about fees and appeals, so this fits well with that discussion. The proposed amendment establishes that any appeal of a staff decision would go to the Disabled Access Appeals Board so they could consider that focused item. It also requires us to provide assistance to appellants and help them through that process if they're filing an appeal of a staff denial. Number 2, in our existing code, if the proposed application is also with a discretionary project, it requires the accommodation to be reviewed by the Planning Commission. And best practice is that those are really bifurcated, that the reasonable accommodation application will stand on its own. You don't have to go to the Planning Commission or the City Council on appeal for that reasonable accommodation. So in summary, there's 2 recommendations before you in the proposed ordinance. One is it creates an appeal process, and the second part is that it eliminates the requirement that requires sort of this layering of review. And with that, we recommend approval.
Awesome. Thank you for the presentation. Any questions from the council? Jean.
I just had one, Kim, and that's the B, under section 4B, if an individual needs assistance in filing an appeal, the jurisdiction will provide assistance to ensure the appeal process is accessible. So how does that work for us?
So for example, if we have an appellant, maybe they're having difficulty filling out their forms, maybe they're having a difficult time understanding how to craft an argument in this particular area, we'll go ahead and help them. We'll work with them, understand their concern, and help them complete the paperwork and file the appeal, and so they can have their fair hearing in front of the Disabled Access
Community
Board.
development staff.
Yes, just our staff.
Great. Thank you.
Anything else?
Any other questions? All right, with that, we'll go and open up for public comment. Anybody on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item, you can come on up. All right, we just have the one, so we'll cut it off to the one. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 1 on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Can I have more than 2 minutes?
It's 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, see. I'm glad to see that the city's recognizing the fact that this thing about reasonable accommodations is a very important issue for disabled people. I've only spoken about it about 7 or 8, 9, 10 times. I'm sure the city's kind of finally recognizing, like, what is this guy talking about? What is this guy? And it's not fair for, in this situation where basically they're changing some of their rules and actually consolidating. Their agreement right now is to get you to agree to consolidating reasonable accommodations to a single person who just spoke as being the director instead of having a council. And the reason, because I have a personal reason with the fact that when it comes to an appeals hearing, it's better to have a peers rather than a single person, an organizer who created the document. And also, for me, it's a conflict of interest because that same person was a witness against me when I tried to appeal mine based upon ADA, using the lines of ADA. So it's unfair for me as a person who has been discriminated against with ADA in this same room more than one time. And even when I asked for, there's several times, even the first time when I stepped into this office, I walked in and I tried to go with the fact that, can I have reasonable accommodations? I've even several times asked the person who's supposed to be in charge of disabled people. I've submitted documents, I've submitted paperwork. Even from last year when I had a complaint against someone from the city manager's office, and that argument related to ADA again was never heard. It's unfair to consolidate everything into more like a, excuse me. Once again, I know I appreciate the board, and I don't feel it's fair to, in this situation, consolidate it to a single person. It needs to be open to a group of people that can have that discussion and not centered on a single person to make decisions for something that involves more than, I mean, for me, it's upsetting because I've brought up the subject numerous times, and I'm glad it came up, the subject matter came up, but it's unfair for someone with a disability to struggle and make such an effort to be included. And I feel the city should look at it and manage it in a little better way than just allowing one person to be in charge of that area. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go to our caller on Zoom.
Ms. Beatty, you can go ahead.
This is Nina Beatty. The city administration, former city managers, assistant city manager, city attorney, community development director, ADA coordinator, former library directors, planning staff have consistently and unlawfully denied reasonable ADA accommodation to me going back to 2009. This includes housing impacts. The Disabled Access Appeals Board has been unwilling to address accommodations for me. Adding the board to this ordinance is meaningless and will have no effect. At one hearing of the board, when the need was presented for reduced bed height in some hotel rooms for disabled persons, that person's very reasonable request for action, even to make that request to the hospitality industry, was denied. Apparently, Monterey doesn't want disabled visitors to stay in its hotels and pay TOT. The reason I cannot attend city council meetings like tonight in person is because former city manager Fred Muir had Wi-Fi installed in the council chambers, knowing I'm disabled by electromagnetic sensitivity and that wireless radiation is an access barrier for me. The city held sham Disabled Access Appeals Board hearings in 2017 and 2018 on multiple disabled accommodation requests by me and refused all of them, though most were no cost or low cost. A present planning commissioner was chair of the board, and he refused to give me time to rebut staff assertions and correct the record. When Verizon planned to install 13 small cell towers on utility poles in Monterey, staff, your staff, recommended 3. 2 of them were in front of my house and another person's, both of us disabled by EMS, and who had asked for denial on the basis of our disability and fair housing, while the city denied there were any ADA issues associated with those placements. During the recent ADA transition plan, I provided disabled information and history to the city and its consultant for its plan, but my recommendations and information were not included. The city administration has acted repeatedly to block accommodations for electromagnetic sensitivity. The city attorney has denied that the city must accommodate me and denied that I am disabled. The city may write ordinances and put language in them as if they were complying with state and federal laws, but I've seen no evidence of complying with ADA or ADAA, Fair Housing Act and Fair Housing Amendments Act, and equivalent state laws for me, or having knowledge of those laws. They do know how to install very expensive curb changes for the mobility impaired, but that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council. I will make a point in regards to the concerns of, I'm assuming, a city staff member discriminating members of our community. If there are complaints in the state of California, complaints can be made to the Civil Rights Department. So that could be investigated outside of our jurisdiction. So I just wanted to pass that your way in case that was a resource that you wanted to be able to access. Opening up to the council for motion and deliberation.
I'll make a motion for approval. Yes.
So moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Kim and team, for that one. And with that, move on to 21 is to adopt the Planning Commission recommendation to adopt a first reading of ordinance amending the Monterey City Code to prohibit vehicle storage on properties with both industrial administration, research, or known as an IR, and multi-residential family, known as MF zoning. And with that, I'll pass it to Dante for staff introduction.
Thanks, and Levi Hill, our planning manager, will take this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. So as mentioned, the item before you now is a amendment to the city's zoning code, which would prohibit vehicle storage as a permitted use in the city's IR, which is our industrial zoning that also carries our multifamily overlay zoning. So specifically, that's that section of our multifamily overlay that I think most of you are familiar with on south side of Garden Road. As you may recall, in 2024, the city did adopt its housing element, which included a series of programs in the Housing Action Plan. One of those programs was Program 2L, which included, at that time, was going to be a moratorium on vehicle storage, but had also language that said that there was going to be a more long-term amendment to prohibit vehicle storage in that area of Garden Road that has the multifamily overlay and industrial zoning. So as I mentioned, this is specifically an amendment to Chapter 38, which is our zoning code. And what it would do is eliminate the vehicle storage use if properties are zoned IR and MF, which is our multifamily overlay. So just to show you on a map where these properties are, like I said, I think most are familiar, but this is our south side of Garden Road, with the exception of the one parcel that is there at the corner of Olmsted and Highway 68. That's actually a VAF zoned property, so that's visitor accommodation facility, so that is not included in the overlay and therefore is not included in this zoning amendment. And with that, staff is recommending that the City Council hold a public hearing and adopt the first reading of the ordinance prohibiting vehicle storage in the IR-MF overlay zoning. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks for the presentation. Any questions, please?
Levi, what did you think of the request from the one resident to be, I'm not an expert at this, but exempted from the overlay, or in my words, perhaps grandfathered because he had already had a lot of storage happening on his property and was never going to be a residential property? What was your reaction to that? Is that a possibility?
Sure. So that's a policy decision for the council that is within the discretion of the council. That property owner is requesting to be excluded from this zoning. To your comments about being grandfathered in, to my knowledge, there's not an existing vehicle storage use there. There has been in the past. That's what was provided. It is permitted via use permit. There was a use permit in the 90s. However, our code requires that if a use is approved by use permit and is abandoned for a period of 18 months or more, they lose that non-conforming status. So that's where that property, as I understand it, sits today. Again, I think where staff is on it is is we see this as the continuation of the direction the council provided when they adopted that program in the housing element. But it is to this council's discretion if they want to include that property or not.
Well, thank you for that explanation on the history. That's very helpful.
Any other questions? All right, thanks again, Levi. Open it up for public comments. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? We already have one taker. Anybody else? All right, we'll go ahead and cut it off from the chamber, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Thank you very much, Mayor, council members. I am that resident that wrote the letter. I've just given Levi a supplement to that. I'm coming in late in the game. I realize that. I received a notice of this meeting last week. I was out of town, called Levi. Levi explained to me what was happening. I thought, wait a minute, I need to put my 2 cents in. You're familiar with the first letter that the council was sent last Friday, and I've just supplemented it. The property is a corner property, and I discussed with Levi his concerns, and he was concerned about a Swiss cheese effect. It wouldn't be Swiss cheese because we're the end cut. We're right there at the very corner of Olmsted and Garden across from the airport. The property was built as a factory building. It was the first building on Garden Road. My family built it. We've continued to own it. We've owned it for almost 70 years. It's been in continuous operation. It's not underutilized. And as a matter of fact, we in 1980 had to get a variance to increase the usage from the zone 25% to 29%. And I have a copy of that if the council's interested. So I know that what Levi described to me was your desire to increase multifamily housing, and that's great, and we agree with that. My only concern is that property is really not an appropriate property for that particular use at this time. It would be very expensive to take it down and to do anything else with it. We have used it continuously, renting it to small businesses. The small businesses are very competitive there. Our rents are low. They're gross. They're on a month-to-month basis. So what we're asking the council to do is to take a look at our particular situation on a case-by-case basis and exclude us from the overlay prohibiting the vehicle storage and not from the multifamily. And I understand that this is a 3-year term to begin with anyway. So if we're not going to sell it and it's already in a position to provide vehicle housing, which it has, storage, there's no reason not to go ahead and continue what the past use has been. As a matter of fact, I have a space of 1,600 square feet and was approached today for vehicle storage. I had to tell the fellow I couldn't do anything about it until we knew what was going to happen. Now, that's not to say I can't come back and get a variance, but I think it would be in everyone's best interest to simply accommodate this. I think it would be a good move. If there's any questions, I'm very happy to answer them.
Unfortunately, we can't engage in a discussion. So we just receive the public comment and then we'll bring it back to the council for deliberation.
All right.
Thank you, sir. All right, with that, was that the only one? Was there one on Zoom? Let's go to the caller on Zoom.
Yes, Ms. Beatty, you can go ahead.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I'm a little confused about this amendment. Are we talking about motorhomes or that sort of vehicle that would be prohibited in these zonings, but would not be would be fine in a single-family zoning district? Also, if someone was doing some sort of commercial business with a business permit from their home, and they lived in multifamily zoning area, they would not be able to park their vehicle at their house if it was a commercial vehicle. And that to me would seem like an income constraint that would limit their ability to do business. When, of course, if they had the income, it would be wonderful if they had a storefront and they had a garage at that storefront and they could park their vehicle. But in these times, especially with expensive real estate, that's not always possible. And so somebody working from their home but with a commercial vehicle would, it sounds like, not be allowed to park their vehicle at their home. So it would just be nice to have some clarification about what types of vehicles and if single-family homes are indeed able to have no restrictions, whereas these other districts have significant restrictions. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment and bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation. Actually, first, if staff wanted to clarify anything as related to public comments, I mean, I'm most interested in the current use of the property and the point that you made earlier around the permit having expired or been exhausted. So anyways, I'll pass it to you, Levi.
Sure. I think the first point of clarification I'd like to make is that the program language included the 3-year limitation. That was when it was being proposed as a moratorium. This ordinance would not have that 3-year limitation on it. So this would be an ordinance amendment that would carry forward. Beyond that, it's really what this is looking at is the elimination of the vehicle storage use. So what that is, and as defined in our code, is lots for storage, parking, towaways, impound yards, and storage lots for automobiles, trucks, buses, and recreational vehicles. And so that's as a primary use. So as been talked about as far as ancillary vehicle parking, things like that to other businesses, that's not included in this. This is for the use of vehicle storage. So as far as the property that's being requested to be excluded, it would just depend on whether or not they have legally established vehicle storage uses there, or whether or not the non-conforming section of the code would apply. As I mentioned, it's permitted by use permit, and it's, to my understanding, has not been a continuous use since the 90s. So it's likely that it has lost that non-conforming status, but if it has in fact can be documented that there's been a legally established vehicle storage use prior to this date, the non-conforming section of our code would apply to that use.
Okay, please.
But I'm also hearing, I think that if it's a minor use, it would be okay as is now and with this proposal. It's just if it's the majority use.
So we don't really use the term minor or majority. So there's primary uses that are permitted uses within the zoning code, and those oftentimes have ancillary things like company vehicles. So you can think, for instance, a business that has a select few of fleet vehicles, that would be considered ancillary to that business. I think what vehicle storage more as a primary use would look like is a parking lot, a paid for parking lot, a commercial lot, or maybe what we're familiar with, car condominiums and that kind of thing, where the sole use is for vehicle storage.
If there's multiple businesses on a lot that are available for lease, and let's say there's 5, and only one of them uses this, where does that fall?
If the space is being leased out solely for the purpose of storing of vehicles, it would fall into the use of vehicle storage.
Okay.
So it would not be allowed
Correct, under this amendment.
under this amendment.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand, this amendment applies to all zones?
No, sir. It's just going to be that south side of Garden Road where the multifamily overlay. So there's other IR zone properties in the city that this prohibition would not apply to.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand what we did with the overlay.
So the overlay did not remove.
Sorry, let me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's more. So I'm trying to understand the effects of the overlay, because the property that the speaker spoke to us tonight was originally commercial, correct?
Industrial.
2700 Garden Road.
Yes, it's industrial zone.
So it was industrial. So had we not done an overlay, would this still be at issue?
It would in the way that, so what the overlay did was simply expand the permitted uses on those properties to allow multifamily residential. It didn't remove any uses that would otherwise be allowed under the IR zoning. So essentially today, with a use permit, someone in that area could establish the use of vehicle storage. This would be removing that ability. It would maintain the ability to still do multifamily housing and other industrial uses as permitted in the IR, with the exception of vehicle storage.
And I would just clarify that it was always, not always, but it was zoned IR, light industrial, prior to us adding the multifamily residential.
Yeah.
So the policy is for light industrial and multifamily residential. So even if we didn't do the zone overlay, it would have still impacted.
Yeah, no, and I understand that. So I'm trying to address the problem of unique property in a unique zone that historically has been light industrial. However, it's currently being used. So what would it, and it sounds like it wouldn't matter what the resident owner or the owners of the property tried to do. They would be restricted from storing vehicles at their current location under any circumstance.
As a primary use, that is
As a primary use.
correct. Yes, sir.
So if they try to create some other business and the storage of vehicles wasn't primary, but it was an auxiliary use, that would diminish the value of that property, wouldn't it?
They would still be able to have vehicles ancillary to other permitted uses. They just wouldn't be able to lease a space out for the sole purpose of vehicle storage, or the property as a whole as vehicle storage.
Okay, so what is wrong with vehicle storage there?
So
I mean, it makes a case for safety, hazard, what's the?
Absolutely. So the vulnerability that was identified in 2024, whenever this came about and the program language was added to the housing element, was that the council had placed the multifamily overlay on these properties to incentivize and facilitate multifamily development. As you know, the city has a CDO and a moratorium on the setting of new water meters, which creates a vulnerability for these properties for high demand uses like car storage that don't require the same water usage. So what staff had identified was an instance of where a lot of these properties that have been identified for multifamily housing were at risk of being developed with uses that were non-residential like car storage because of the limited use of water that's required. And so that's what really what the issue is.
Okay.
I'm kind of torn on this because we have an applicant, a property owner that's here and advocating for a use of his property, and I can appreciate that. However, I think in alignment with our goals in the city, to me, I'm trying to weigh, do we want more space, more land use for vehicles, or are we trying to bring priority towards housing? And how does that prioritization towards vehicles take us away from that housing focused goal? I understand that right now it seems that the property may not pencil out for a housing development, but how much further are we bringing ourselves away from that by creating an exception in this space? And I've always been kind of hesitant to create exceptions just because of one person's unique situation. I would want to do it in a way that made it equitable so that even if people didn't hear about what was being presented to us, that they could also contribute or benefit from that exception that we're making to the rule. So I'm inclined to just support staff's recommendation, but I'm also interested in hearing what the rest of the council has to say.
Well, what I want to say would need some reply from the appellant. And that's, my understanding is right now, he's fully working, utilizing his property the way he wants to right now under all these conditions. Like, he'll continue to work. I mean, under the way it is.
Maybe I can help with the conversation. So this policy decisions, as you know, was developed as a part of the housing element to further and facilitate housing. The law does provide protections when someone has an existing use or an existing business that subsequently becomes illegal. They're either grandfathered in under the law, or the law requires that you have a very lengthy amortization period so that they can get back their investment-backed expectation. In this particular situation, based on the facts I've just heard tonight, a use permit is required to have the vehicle storage on any property in this area. There is not a use permit in place on this property right now, and the law does not give the same deference to investment-based expectations, or, you know, some of this case law says starry-eyed hope of doing something but not having done it. So I would say that this particular property without the use permit is in no different standing or situation than any of the other properties in this zone.
Thank you for that, because it was kind of where my brain was at with this. So you said it way more eloquently than I could have. And I think there's this other piece to it too, where I wonder, maybe it's marginal, maybe it's small, but I wonder what this does as it relates to compliance with our housing element, as it relates to HCD, right? By not implementing the program by the way it was approved, I have some concern there. So I don't know if staff has thoughts as it relates to that.
Sure. So there definitely is a area of vulnerability there. What gets adopted in the housing element is also certified by the state. So there is, we did say that we were going to, in that document, that we were going to prohibit vehicle storage in the overlay area.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Reed, I appreciate you coming to make an appeal to council tonight. I feel compelled to stay consistent in regards to similar policies that have come in front of the council that have been difficult and I would say offer even more challenging. And I'm speaking specifically to the whole program around SB 9 and allowing up to 6 units. I mean, that was and still is a really contentious issue, but the main argument that I made, and I feel truly towards that, is we had approved our housing element, and I don't want to take away from being not in compliance for some reason and then having to pay fees associated to that to the state. It sounds like there might be a compelling space for you to be able to work with staff in clarifying your permit, and so hopefully you can work with them on finding that pathway. But at this point, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve staff recommendation. All right, it's been moved in second.
Say one more thing.
Please.
I think you expressed it well. I'm going to re-express it the way I understand it. Is I appreciate your concerns. What I'm hearing is that right now you really aren't going to suffer damages. Right now you're still whole. And what I'm hearing from the attorney is that we can't protect we can't vest you with future rights to have vehicle storage. We aren't going to protect that right. So, and we have a plan in the future. So for me, given that you are, as a business person, whole right now and can remain whole, I agree with the mayor. And that's hard. I mean,
Sorry, we have to be careful just to not engage in too much discussion, because then we'll have to open it back up for public comment. Anybody else before we call the question?
Yeah, I'm not going to support it because I just feel that there's an opportunity to recognize and at times there are carve-outs. And I think given time with a well-established building that's been there longer than several others, that I think that this is an economic development opportunity to spend some time with the property owner to assist and figure out how there could be a workaround. I never want to see us create a situation where we box a property owner in where the significant piece of we say he probably owns it. He might be able to adapt to some other business model that's not including rental space for cars, but in the immediacy, Monday morning, he's going to lose rental income from the current cars that are there.
I'm hearing there aren't current cars there. Am I wrong?
Did I miss that there are?
Well,
if we get a nod from the audience, I won't acknowledge who I'm getting it from.
Except that you just said that.
Maybe staff can tell us.
Staff. Elaborate.
Where is the property currently being used to store vehicles?
Dante, that took a lot of, that was impressive, Dante. He's trying to ignore me.
So it's our understanding there are not cars being stored that would fit the definition of vehicle storage. There are cars that are maybe ancillary to other uses on the property that are stored but are not classified as vehicle storage.
Okay.
And if it's discovered that there is legally established vehicle storage uses through documentation, the non-conforming section of our code would apply.
Okay. So I'm just gonna, on principle, I'm gonna not support it.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Perfect. 4-1, and then we're gonna move on to item 22 on our agenda, which is the only council request to agendize new matters item. And I'll pass it. Oh, let me read the item. Councilmember Garcia's request to agendize a discussion regarding options to support Casanova Oak Knoll neighborhoods request for an air quality study. So with that, I'll pass it to Councilmember Garcia for a 3 minutes or less presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll make it quick. So this, again, an example of neighbors identifying a concern, an issue, and coordinating, doing their due diligence, and putting together information to bring action and then change. So this item came from the Casanova Oak Knoll Neighborhood Association, who are concerned about residents saying that there's maybe particles on their vehicles, their solar panels, and sometimes fumes that they smell, prompting the request to do a air quality study. So as an association, a neighborhood association, and also supported by Richard Ruccello, the president of the neighborhood association, they have written a letter to AMBART, the local agency who would be, I believe, responsible for this type of study, requesting that a study be done and then gather findings. So definitely something that I want to support. I think it's a good move, and here I am requesting that my colleagues here at council also support this effort, and looking forward to suggestions from staff to see how we can support this effort.
Perfect. And then at this point, just seeing if there's any questions from council, and the questions should be focused on the capacity to provide information for future discussion and time frame. Are there any questions from the council at this time?
I don't have it's not a question.
Okay.
It's a broadening of the topic.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll come back to that after we get back from
I don't know if it's a question until I hear it.
I guarantee it's not a question.
That was cute, Ed. That was really cute. All right, we're going to open up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? We have one taker. You can come up to the mic. Anybody else? All right, we'll cut it off to the one speaker, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's 3 on Zoom. I'm going to leave it to 2 minutes. Please go ahead and start in the chamber.
Hello, Daniel Armendariz again. Hello, Mayor, City Council members. I appreciate this moment here where staff is learning how to agendize projects, and it's nice to see the group working together to be more successful in finding important items to as a group to put forth and to agendize. And I think it's important that part of this learning process is very important for this group to manage and work together and find answers to everything that comes up to be agendized is very important. And it's nice to see that the method coming together and being able to agendize, where before it seemed like it was more like a monarchy where one person was presenting the ideas of what was going to be agendized, and like in the last meeting where he kind of opened it up and allowing the benefit of everyone to express their ideas and how to bring forth agendized items. And I appreciate the fact that the group is growing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go to our commenters on Zoom.
Yes, first I'm calling on Richard.
Good evening, Richard Rossello, president of the Casanova Neighborhood Association. I held a Zoom meeting a couple of months ago, and one of my members mentioned that they have their solar panels cleaned 4 times as often as the professional cleaner does other areas. And there's a black soot that covers the solar panels. So all of a sudden, other members started chiming in: Fern Street, Euclid, Ralston, Melway, even myself. There are times we go outside, the smell of jet fumes is so strong, you cannot breathe. I actually have to go in the house. It's rare. It's when the wind blows a certain way. All we want to do is have air quality testing to find out whether this is safe or not, and then to proceed from there. But the point is, it's widespread across the neighborhood. And I did get an answer from the Monterey Bay Resources Division, and they are going to come out here next week and take a look. Having the council support us get the air quality testing would be beneficial to the outcome. We're not attacking the airport. We just want to know what is going on with our air quality. And thank you for your time. And I'm sure others want to chime in too. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Our next speaker is Ms. Beatty.
I support an air study and agendizing this very critical issue. My grandmother lived under the flight path of the airport under next to Lake Estero. The grime that collected on her building and the windows, which had to be frequently cleaned, was also what she was breathing. And what were those chemicals? No one raised this issue. Casanova Oak Knolls is directly under the flight path and next to the runways. They're identifying a problem and taking action. So please agendize this and urge immediate testing, especially in view of the children that live there. When there's a threat of toxins, the city must be a leader in protecting residents. And I'm glad that Councilmember Garcia has brought this forward on behalf of the Neighborhood Association. Council members recently made statements about parents allowing their children to live near the airport as justification to allow Montessori school in the same area. And that's preposterous. Housing choice is about realities and availability, not real choice or wishes or healthy neighborhoods. Most residents don't have the opportunity or choice to live in the high income areas of Monterey Vista neighborhood, Alta Mesa, Fisherman's Flat, Skyline Forest, Jocelyn Canyon, etc., or to purchase homes. They're forced to live where and how they can. When housing is tight near the airport, may be the only place to live despite being undesirable from a health standpoint, but it sounds like it's a vibrant neighborhood in Casanova Oak Knolls from a people standpoint, which is wonderful. So please agendize this quickly so there can be a quick action to support what these neighbors are doing. And I also recommend independent testing. MBARD has fallen far short in the situation with the battery storage facility fire in Moss Landing, and they are not, I don't believe, to be relied on for good testing. I think that some independent testing would be really advised by someone who doesn't have a conflict of interest. Thank you.
And the last speaker is Esther.
Good evening. As an adjacent neighborhood to Kona, we support getting this study done, as they're more affected than we are in Villa Del Monte, but obviously all of our neighborhoods on this side of the city have an interest in this. So hopefully this will be fast-tracked and we can have the results of some study to really just make some decisions. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council. And again, the discussion is limited to whether the issue warrants being heard at a future date. So open it up, please.
Well, despite those admonitions, I hope we can include other resources like the Monterey County Health Department, just to see how rich we can get the discussion. We really need to invite the airport board and CEO. There's been a change on the board and with the administration, where I bet they would be very collaborative, and they might have resources, they might have grants to look at the air quality. So I think we should approach Mary Ann Leffel and Chris Morello. And it sounds like you've already reached out to the Monterey Bay Air Quality Resource Board, but they should be included, and we can all do it together. And Richard, so nice to hear from you, Rich Richella.
Please.
I think it's a good topic, and I would be in favor of the discussion to discuss more.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay, I'll second. So there's a motion. Anything else?
I can't think of any reasons why I wouldn't support it, and I am also, like Jean has expressed, I'm sure there's a lot of partners that do this kind of industry for environmental checks that we could learn from what's available. But I am aware and cognizant that when we ask staff to embark on trying to find the ability to give us report back, we do have restrictions in cost. So this will come back with staff. We'll get some input, but I hope that there's solutions out there for us without us having to spend a lot of general fund money. But I am curious to see if we can answer some of the questions that obviously the residents have.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you, Councilmember Garcia, for bringing this forward. We'll obviously discuss this more when it gets re-agendized. So I'm going to go ahead and call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we'll move on to council comments. Anybody?
Well, I was at the Chamber of Commerce meeting today with our city manager and assistant city manager, and their good news was that their vacancy rate in the hotels is up, and I think it was 3 or 4%, and their dollar income is up. I think it was by 11%. It was in the 2 digits. So that was from C Monterey. So good news there.
Awesome. Anybody else?
Thank you to Councilmember Rash for attending for me at the MST board meeting, as well as the Administrative Oversight Committee. And Gino, thank you for attending the Rail Subcommittee in my absence. I had a wonderful trip to Florida to see the grandkids, and then prior to coming home, went up to DC and attended the Association of Defense Communities. And if anybody's ever wondering what it is, that banner back in the corner, and during the show with many of the awards for this year that other cities were getting, and many of the events, Monterey was definitely branded. Our sign, our previous awards were present, and the Monterey model was highlighted several times and referenced. And Dante Hall was there. Got to meet a lot of the folks that care about installations, along with our Assistant City Manager, Nat, Chris Dwight, as well as Mark Ackerman. And I think we had a very productive time, and we also went to the Capitol And Dante and Nat and I visited with Congressmember Panetta, and then we're able to visit with staff members of Senator Padilla and Senator Schiff's office to be able to lay on their hands some of our high-end priorities that we have for our installation. So it was a good time, and also came away with a handful of other people to continue talking with whenever we can, because we shared the floor with council members, mayors, installation facility folks, anybody and everybody who cares about supporting the military mission and readiness, which includes spouses, families, and the soldiers that are housed in our community. So it was a good conference to go to.
Awesome. Anybody else?
Oh,
All right.
and we should mention that he met the neighborhood in
Yes.
Monterey Vista.
Thank you.
Sunday.
I was
Talk about
hoping
that?
that Dante would mention it too, but go ahead, please.
Well, Dante attended to Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association, where they invited him to come and meet them. And once again, he got an A+ and got people to listen to him, and I think there was good questions. And the weather held up.
Nice. All right. Well, with that, we'll pass it to Dante for city manager reports.
Thanks, Mayor. I just have a couple of announcements, and yes, that meeting was great. I'm going to be meeting with some other neighborhood associations and doing the same thing, and just kind of getting the lay of the land and views from residents. Just two announcements. Memorial Day on the 25th, we're having a Remember and Honor Memorial Day concert at Colton Hall at 1 o'clock p.m. We have the Cypress Nares barbershop chorus that are going to be performing, and then at 2 p.m. there's the Monterey County Pops Orchestra that's going to be performing at Colton Hall. So come on down, enjoy Memorial Day, and enjoy some festivities. Lastly, for the June 2nd election, there's a ballot drop box in front of the library, and the city is once again hosting locations at Schultze Park Center and El Estero Park Center. For full list of polling locations and drop boxes, residents can go to the Monterey County Elections website. It's Monterey County Elections, which is one word, .us. And residents who are not registered to go to any polling location on Election Day can register to vote and complete a conditional ballot at those polling places that are listed. So that completes my announcements, and thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Dante. And with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
I'm playing.